13th god. Hang on, I can't. That's not how we
You
start
can.
the session. No.
No, you can't start the session by cursing either. It's illegal.
Do you have like?
I forgot who we're running for.
No curses.
Yeah. In 13th God, do you have like in the jukebox like the woodblock sound effect?
I don't actually.
Okay.
Which is a bit of a failure.
I mean, like you do all the audio in post, so.
Yeah, so that's like I don't need to.
Yeah.
So it's usually fine, but still, for our own spirit, it's a failure.
The woodblock gives me as much joy as a slide whistle.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's great. Hey everyone, how you doing?
Oh yeah, hey everyone.
Yeah.
No, this is my one chance to talk to the GMs and to complain about how much you curse.
You're fired.
Shut up.
Shibigangot, thank you so much for the sub.
Yeah.
I think you should consider rectifying your language slightly.
Slightly, I'll do.
Slightly, excellent.
Mother fricker.
That is a little bit better, yes. You have to understand, you are setting an example for a large number of people, and if the narration of the universe curses, it means the universe itself is rude.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the universe can be a little rude. What do you think about that?
How about the universe being a little rude?
The universe is not rude.
Have you met the universe?
Yes, I'm talking to them right now.
Us?
Yes.
It's the kindest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Curse less.
How is it going, everyone?
Is it going good? You having a good night?
Can I see some cool cats in chat?
There's been some cool
I already
cats
see
in
some
chat.
cool cats, yeah.
Can I see some Heart Noctuas in chat?
Happy Valentine's Day. I hope you
Happy
guys are ready for a
Valentine's
chill session of the Sleeping Shadows.
You're gonna set me on fire, aren't you?
A chill session?
You're gonna come into my tent and set me on fire.
You have a tent?
Yeah,
I thought
probably.
I thought you were just sleeping on the ground.
She's probably sleeping on the ground.
If you had a tent, you should have told us before. It's too late now. The maps are already done.
Oh no, my tent! She reaches for a tent and it disappears like the fucking Spider-Man into mist.
No.
No!
Yeah.
Yeah, happy Veils, everyone. Hope you're
Yeah.
having
Happy
a
Veils,
good
everyone.
evening.
Oh man, stretch.
And if you aren't, you can at least share it with us.
Yeah. You know.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, what?
I need to put stuff away. Hang on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I need to do all that.
Yeah.
Now that I have you alone, you are less powerful and I can coerce you.
Coerce me to do what?
Give, more scenes of eating, please. More scenes of food.
Noctua, I have something to tell you.
Yes.
You control how many scenes are actually eating scenes more than I do.
What?
Nothing stops you from eating in every single scene.
I will consider this deeply.
It just matters what you eat and what you have on hand. Just prepare better.
The game plan has changed entirely. I no longer need a tent. All I need are my 6 backpacks of supplies.
Yeah. Eat some grass. Like goat.
I would not eat grass. No.
Why not?
Grass is incredibly unhealthy for you.
Oh.
I have tried.
Noctua, if you want those eating scenes, you should hang out with Delilah more.
I take every chance that I can. I try it. I am the most featured NPC that has nothing to do with the chapter. I am trying my best. They don't let me in the door very often because I eat quote screen time as well. My favorite food.
Alright, Christian, you back?
No.
Yeah,
I'm back. Let's go.
Alright, everyone ready?
Yes.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah. Alright.
Yes, I am completely prepared.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd episode of The Sleeping Shadow. I'm Aloha. I am co-GM and also somewhat map maker, also cameraman. and I'm joined by Christian.
Hey there, I'm Christian. I run this. I'm the GM, and I also run Carbon Interface, which runs on Fridays when Windows plays along, and when also I have a Patreon where I have content all around there for 13th God, the system we use to run JoJo, and everything like that. If you're interested, take a look.
Hi, and I'm the player. I'm Jay. I'm playing Noctua today. I promised I'd get even more in character than last time as Noctua, so I'm not gonna break it even once for a second. You can trust me on that. Joe Twitch, thank you so much for the sub.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, follow us on Patreon. There's a bunch of good stuff coming. We're gonna release all the mini RPs for Chapter 1 for free this week. It's gonna be a good time. Yeah, go see it. Go.
Yeah, and also if you want to see more shows like this and also some little bit of gaming content, you can go over to Stabbyness.com where we have VODs of pretty much everything we do.
It's been pointed out that I've already broken character. I will endeavor to do better in the future.
Bye, Jay. I'll miss you. I'm gonna mute. Alright, let's go.
I wouldn't honestly try to stay in character the entire time. I have too much fun chatting about the game with everyone.
Yeah. Okay. We all ready to go?
Yes.
In which case, let's get to it. Hey, Noctua.
Yes.
Okay.
Why are you laughing?
Noctua.
What is funny about my current situation?
You're on a roof.
Yes! I am on a roof, and I am ready today.
You are hammering and the nailing and hitting the roof to pieces in a good way.
It is time.
It is time. Your friend's standing right above you at the very top of the roof, just kind of looking down at you while you work. And she asks, so what happened last time?
Well, okay, hold on. First, I'm going to need you to move. I'm going to repair the spine of the building, I think it's called.
You can't hit me in a way that matters.
No, but I need you to move because I cannot see where I am aiming.
No, don't worry. Try to hit it.
Okay.
You do it, and her foot rapidly shifts to the side every time you go in for a hammer strike.
That's very impressive. Here's another one. Okay. I'm just going to continue swinging. Oh, they're getting worse.
You're not doing a good job. Why don't you talk? You're distracted. Okay. You're trying to split your attention between me and that.
No, I'm focused entirely on hammering right now.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Okay. Well, what happened last time was something simple, actually. I went around the city and I denied the fact that I had developed sensitivity for a bit because I didn't want to acknowledge that horrible truth. She hammers again and does significantly better.
See, you're distracted.
But over time, it became unavoidable as I was exposed to the absolute, as the kids say, absolutely rancid vibes of Cassius's apartment. Yes. In a pantsless haze, I wandered downstairs, and I swore at that point that I would take on the various burdens of the people around me, because that is the weight of caring about someone. She swings again, and does a little bit better even. So
that's all pretty rad.
It's very cool. When Cassius comes back, I am going to take him to task. I will find out all of his deepest secrets, and I will assist him with them.
Wow.
And then I did the sensible thing and saw a doctor.
Good. I was waiting for that. I was thinking that was going to happen at the end.
Yes, no, it happened halfway through though. Noctua starts to hammer up a storm, moving around the roof, repairing it actually extremely easily. The doctor was very nice, and he informed me that the best way to overcome my condition is by being she misses again. Being mentally fortuitous, fortified, strong. I need to be strong in the head and the heart. So I'm endeavoring to do that, and I will overcome it like any other issue. And then Heil helped me get a new costume, which I am not in right now, and that is making me very sad. She says, looking down, and then she swings again.
Oh, yeah, work clothes, huh? I get
Yeah,
that.
well, now I only have these shorts on because Cassius's coveralls are his and not mine. But yeah, then I went and I saw my friend Bellamy, and she said, yeah, go out and do it, confront the problem head on. And she gave me a sword. And then
Hang on. Teach takes
yes.
off her jacket. You don't have take a jacket. You need to wear something.
What?
You said you only had shorts on.
Yes, shorts.
Wear a jacket too.
Why?
Come on.
Why?
Exposure. It's you get exposed to the elements up here. You're really high up.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, very good point.
You are extremely wise as always. She takes the jacket.
She nods her head. Continue.
And after that, I walked into the city and I could feel everyone's emotions all at once, and it was too much. And I started caring about things like, yes, I will prove myself all by myself, and yes, family is the most important thing. She kind of sits up. Those feelings weren't mine. Family I could give or take. She goes back to hammering.
Sweet.
But the hammer flies over in this direction. Then I got on a boat and I fought a person and I won, and it was really cool. And then I gave him a note that basically said, hey, all you bad guys, come and challenge me.
Oh, so cool.
I'm expecting that'll pay off any minute now.
Absolutely.
And absolutely
do you need another hammer?
I do.
She reaches into her shirt pocket, like a front shirt pocket, and pulls out a hammer and gives it to you. Here you go.
It makes perfect sense that would fit in there. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. She kind of nods her head. A voice kind of rings out from down here as you notice a familiar sight. Noctua! Noctua!
Yes.
What y'all doing up there? Fixing again?
Yes, of course I am. I'm also recounting the tale thus far.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Yeah, you've been pretty busy.
I have.
Sure not getting tired?
I'm not tired at all. I could do this all day. In fact, I only feel more energized because I came over to this district a while ago and I saw that same doctor and we looked at the sky and I said something really cool and he was like really impressed. I really impressed him, yes.
Oh, that's great. And Noctua.
Yes?
Teach points over at the chimney. I think you missed a spot. That chimney looks broken.
You're right, that chimney is broken. I will fix it with my hammer.
Rolled a... Oh, damn! Noctua.
Easily done, yes.
You're gonna fix the hell out of this. You prepare the chimney, and then you wrap your body around and dive into the chimney, repairing it all the way down as you squeeze and push your way across. You move, and with great efficiency, you feel yourself... You would feel yourself, no, you're not trapped. You're very cozy in here. This chimney was made for you. This is the coziest, soft, wonderful chimney you've ever been. This is a wonderful chimney. Lovely chimney. Lovely. Wait, what? Wait, what? You open your eyes slowly, and you find yourself kind of drifting awake, accompanied by the dead.
Today is a good day. I am dressed. She says, and slowly wriggles a bit. Okay. I will disentangle myself from this sleeping bag as
you
my
start
first
to
step.
Disentangle yourself. A single linen. Actually, no. This was the chimney. Thus, you perfectly managed to get on outside of the sleeping bag.
Normally, that is a few-step process because I normally have to attach prosthetics, potentially get assistance, but with them stuck on like this, I can simply scoot.
And simply scoot you do as you scoot on out. And you stand in this graveyard once again. And your senses kind of return to you just a little bit. As you're standing there, just kind of turning your head around a bit, you realize that you're awake. It's a little late into the day, but something seems a little bit off. You're wide awake. In fact, one of the bonuses of having your body destroying and eating arms on at all times is
Yes.
that while that's currently attached to you, you feel more sensitive to the things around you. Yeah, sensitivity. It might be doing something weird. You feel a lot of things that radiate around people specifically, and their auras, their menace, their feelings, their emotions, and you can tell you're not alone in this graveyard. And in fact, you feel like you might have been roused up, not out of a fight or flight you need to move now, but out of almost a like, almost a kind of scurried return to consciousness as someone's here. And as you gaze across and kind of turn over, you see directly over here there's a man who is kind of in the middle of praying, a different kind of prayer than one you've generally witnessed before, though you've read about it. It's a traditional Rauji prayer to passing on of the spirits, to become one with the world. And as it happens, you stare across, and he sort of seems to turn after he finishes his prayer. Having heard your movements out of the sleeping bag, he sort of stands up and turns directly across to you. And with that, a voice emanates from him that's kind of gruff and unfriendly, yet his actual demeanor seems to be rather calm as he speaks to you. Noctua, that you?
She blinks a few times. Yes. I assume you are here to respond to my challenge.
He thinks a bit about that. Something like that. He
Oh,
steps up a bit. As he moves across, he closes the distance just a little bit. Saku failed to mention it, but I kind of got it out of him earlier. Everything that goes on in the family, I hear about eventually. So, tell me, you seriously just decided to stay out in this graveyard,
yes.
waiting for someone to show up?
Yes.
He stares, and then, very suddenly, this almost like hyena-esque laugh starts to emanate from him as he keeps kind of slapping his side a little bit. And then eventually it kind of comes to an end. Oh, geez, you're a real treat.
I don't know what was so funny about that, but I am glad that I delighted you just the same.
I ain't never dealt with anyone, probably my entire life, with the same amount of just pure reckless abandon that you have. At least no one outside the family. Gotta say, I'm a little impressed.
She smiles.
He kind of stares across at you. So what now then?
Well, she leans in. I think first and foremost, I want to make sure that your family isn't messing with Beatrice. That they aren't messing with the district, and I want to make sure that you stop committing acts of violence, mostly against me. I've been assassinated and almost kidnapped one time each, and that's been great. But I think it is about time for it to stop.
Yeah, I'd say I'd agree. He stops for a moment and kind of just eyes you a little bit, kind of gauging your body language, how you are, and then he just kind of like, all right then. Listen, if you're worried about that shopkeeper that does the rounds around that district, the one who lives in that old house,
Yes.
couldn't give a damn about her. We keep clear. One person's easy to keep track of. We weren't expecting two, though. You make a lot of noise, apparently.
I do. I was not trying to be covert.
Yeah, so we thought it'd be easy, yet you found us out anyways. He kind of points his finger forward. Is it those? Heard about them. Those things.
She, looks down at the Skysteel appendages. They certainly assist, but it is nothing more than my own talent and willpower.
He thinks about that a little bit. I see. He takes his way down this kind of aisle for a moment, and he still kind of seems to be keeping eye contact with you. But as he moves, all right then, how about this? We'll keep out of your business. You keep out of ours, and we'll keep out of the shopkeep's, and that's it. Call it here. That's it.
I don't know if your business will become my business in the future, though.
He kind of
She stops herself, actually. No, I'm falling into your method of thinking, your manner of speech. You're a very pragmatic and considerate man. She backs off and then actually draws herself up a bit, trying to let that sensitivity go, picking that up a little bit. I'm going to be fully honest with you. Coming into contact with your family has opened my eyes to a certain extent. I now see the world literally differently. This sensitivity that's flowing through my veins came from an encounter with you, I believe. As such, it may be the smart thing to do to say, I'll simply mind my own business, that you should be allowed to follow yours, but I think something that's happening here is more important than smarts. She sort of actually clenches her fists and you see it. This is a look of excitement.
yeah. He kind of looks across and, yeah, you're dang right, there is. Something a lot more important than smarts going on here. Ain't got nothing to do with you, though. He kind of, you really ran with your tail between the legs back there. Back when we first messed with the boys. They wanted to get a little revenge. I was in the area, so I thought I'd take a look. And, what? That sensitivity crap? Give you a real shocker?
I guess it did. She thinks about that. I ran from you, though?
Kind of he raises an eyebrow. You don't remember?
No, I don't.
He kind of thinks to himself, yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Just gauging you right now, you don't seem the type to run away from a fight. Whatever that was must have been unnatural. I think I'm seeing the real you right now. Well, that encounter made me think you'd be someone who'd run away with your tail between your legs.
That would be difficult. I do not have a tail.
He got
There is no joke in that statement.
No, he does a single grunt. You're not even sure if he's like, you're right, or whatever. The exact intent of that grunt is kind of absent. Regardless. Yeah. You seem like someone who's going to cause us a lot of trouble.
I fully intend to, because causing you trouble so far has created a personal pathway forward for me. So I apologize, but unfortunately, you are another stepping stone on my personal path.
He gives you a little grin. Well, ain't that just the best thing ever? Looks like the feeling's mutual, miss.
Well, that's good at the very least. She mumbles to herself for a second. I wouldn't want to be causing trouble for you if you weren't causing trouble in general. That makes this a whole lot easier.
Yeah, sure does. So, lady, let's see if you're really a coward after all.
Okay. Did Noctua heal her wound? She rested overnight.
You rested, you did. And that in mind, you're healed. You're ready. However, you are missing a gift slot, an extra one, because you're
yeah. Yeah, I know.
Okay. And as you kind of stand there for a moment, in that instant there seems to be something that sort of like falls over the graveyard. Uh a general, an intense feeling. Something, you can feel this man's aura pouring out of him. This entire time he was talking to you, and you said he was a considerate man, sure. He was a pragmatic man, but there was another side of him that seemed to be leaking out. You felt it with that laugh, and you're starting to get it a bit more. There's another aspect to this man, something that's a little deeper, something that goes beyond that pragmatic rage and forced consideration, that practicality. It's something really simple. It's a warrior spirit. You can feel the vague inkling of excitement building up inside of him. And as that happens, you notice he begins to pace, moving very, very carefully around you. And I'll start him doing that. As he does, he inspects you, takes a look, and then, in a singular instance, he charges up, breaking the distance, and he unleashes a singular punch directly at you. Noctua, how do you reply?
She is going to attempt to, in this moment, you know what? I'm going to give her a roll to die, not locking in a swing off of this. We're gonna see. Noctua, his emotions flow into Noctua, and she tries to fucking... She blocks it with her arms and legs. A fucking martial arts stance.
As you do it, you feel the energy continuing to pour in. Juji Nagoya clan patriarch of the Kawamori family's subsidiary.
She manages to completely brace herself and slides backwards, sending up a fucking wave of dirt.
Oh, nice block. He kind of steps to the side a bit. Seem a lot more in it today, even after just waking up. Right then, he kind of steps back a bit. I want to see it. Give me a real punch this time.
She draws herself up and she's gonna roll to die.
All right.
Oh, that's pretty fun. That won't clash. She draws herself up. As I learned earlier, that person that you met was not me. I don't remember it. That was someone else. Apparently they were quite the coward. However, I am not. She takes a step forward and with a dart is going to throw the strongest punch she can.
Nice.
This is just versus a normal roll to die.
Alrighty. Let's do that then. As yes, you move on in, and immediately lifting up his fist, he sort of kind of pulls up and he punches and meets you right in the middle. Your fists collect or snap together, smashing together in the midst of the inner distance between you and your sleeping bag. And with that, you feel, it's such a strange sensation. You feel the numbness spread across his hand in the exact spot where it touches yours. In a way, you can feel that punch and what it must have done to your own prosthetic. With that, he's going to lock into color as well. And as he sort of draws back again, no longer speaking, he simply stares forward. You feel that energy washing across the entire graveyard. Something, an intensity building slowly. As moving in a little faster, he goes in with his own kick, swinging up at you.
Okay. She will simply try to perfect parry it. Let me get my health bar on screen also.
All right.
We all got to know how bad this is going to hurt me. So, I take 8 damage. Instead of how fucking hard he'd hit me. Which is also 8 actually, so fun. So, let's see if I can perfect parry it off of this. Can I get a 23? No! So I just take the 8 as I block it, and like, Noctua's gonna use the force and the momentum to slide backwards, and then she takes a look around, and is it the start of a new round? Do I drop swing and get ready again?
Yes, it is.
Okay, she's going to roll this. This one will still be my highest. She looks around the graveyard really briefly. Actually, it's gonna do yellow. She looks around the graveyard really briefly, considering her current train of thought, and then she runs in this direction.
I see.
Just gonna move up this way.
Alrighty, you do that. As you begin to move off, do you pass a turn or do you do something else?
Oh yeah, no, she's just going over here.
Okay. He notices you walking away and he kind of clicks his tongue and just starts pacing on over. And moving very, very steadily, he just starts approaching. And the last set of this, the last few paces, he suddenly just bolts into a run. And then with that, goes in for a full, furious punch directly against you.
Okay, and this would just be a normal roll to die?
Yes.
Okay. A beta 20.
Ooh, okay, we'll try our best. Let's see what happens.
No. Noctua is going to swap over to blue, and then now she's going to, having led him over in this direction, she swaps over to blue, preps herself, and goes in for a counterattack. I wouldn't want to destroy whatever grave you were honoring. And then is going to go all out stabbing this dude. Boom, roll to die versus that.
Okay, let's see.
Take 10 damage, my friend.
Ooh, yeah, okay. He gets knocked straight back as you go in with the full length of your punch. You actually knock him straight back. He hits up against this tree, and as that happens, he sort of bonks against it and then kind of sits still for a second. And then he stands up, and you feel it starting to build up a little bit more. No, that spirit, that fighting will, it's starting to build, but it's tinged with something. And as he stands up again, cowards can't punch like that. All right, then. A fire starts to build up. And with that in mind, he charges on in again. And with that in mind, you sense a fury starting to build. A cold, icy rage.
Oh, boy. And dropping Rigo?
Not yet.
Oh.
It's got one more thing.
Oh.
That's it. Oh, wait, I forgot to add a 1d6 to that.
Oh, uh-oh.
Plus that. Okay, so total is 23. It's yellow.
Okay, 23 yellow. I did. Let's do this. Okay, my 4 blue remains. I cannot beat it. He hits me.
All right.
So that's 14 damage?
No, it's 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay, still hurts.
This punch kind of goes in, and there's sort of an intensity behind it, as with that single blow delivered, you feel a little more weight behind it, a little more. It's so hard to place. You almost feel some of this damage kind of radiate across your body, not in a physical sense, but your almost spirit seems to buckle just slightly. It's a sensitivity. You're feeling this.
Noctua exhales, and she is going to respond in kind. How powerful does this dude feel compared to what she's faced before?
Compared to everything else, this man feels like he's on a slightly different level. He's probably not the strongest person you've ever met, but there are a lot of strong people you know, so saying something like that doesn't exactly, it doesn't mean too much.
He's the only one brave enough to attack me in a graveyard, and he's the only one fighting me right now. Ultimately, this is another hurdle to be crossed. And Noctua very selfishly starts to feel something emanate from her own body. His which he's picking up from her sensitivity, his hype, his excitement, all of this fervor for the fight, starts to wash away with Noctua's own willpower. Something as cool and serene as ice. It washes through her body. It's a funny thing, the way she thinks about this person and why he's an obstacle. This man is extremely cool. He's extremely powerful. He's extremely enjoying his time with this fight. And Noctua, for some reason, she thinks to herself, I should be the one to do that. I should be the one to do that. I am the warrior here. She is going to spend her experience and pump her blue stat by 1.
Nice.
Yet another trial to overcome. A warrior who has, unfortunately, earned her respect. She starts to get a little more energetic. And I'm going to start the round. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Noctua pumps her blue stat, and then she's going to spend her valiant inspirations on someone else's ability, a blooming blessing. Let's lock in the highest result other than black. Red, free reroll. Okay.
Alrighty.
Noctua backs off and her hands are shaking a little bit. Hands fighting, none of that crap. That's not her. She summons her arrow and spins it around.
Alrighty.
Forgive me, I'm using a weapon now.
He kind of pulls his, he kind of grips his hands a little bit, and you see his hands, like, just kind of held tight in front of him. Leather gloves sort of wrapping together, but with kind of grim, really almost, like, painful-looking metal tips on the front of the knuckles. I've been using it the whole time. I don't give a damn.
I was also incorrect. My arms and legs are technically weapons as well. I respect your abilities as a warrior, but I apologize. I, here in this graveyard, am the only warrior who will walk away. Internally, was that cool? I think that was pretty good. I think he's impressed.
Immediately across, just like, shut the hell up. Don't apologize for a job unfinished. Why don't you apply yourself and see what happens?
Oh, he's really cool. She starts going forward and she's like mentally, I think she's spacing a little bit as she goes in. She's thinking about cool comebacks now because that was awesome. Yeah, no, she's not in it.
As you go and you're like, oh, that's really good. Maybe I can say something in the fight after I win of like, how was that? Applied myself pretty good, didn't? And then suddenly you feel your arm grabbed and you're flipped over his shoulder and you kind of slide this way.
In midair, she flips around and it's like, she gets grabbed and it's like, I hope I passed the job application I'm losing the thread of this. She's flipped into the air and she re-angles her body, and I'm going to take that re-roll and dive straight down to try to beat that 18.
Absolutely, go for it.
No.
You re-angle your body mid-air, Sagan.
It's time for you to punch card out because your job is over.
As you say that, your redirecting means instead you're going to fly over and hit that gravestone. But redirecting in the air while he was still holding onto you and swinging you means you fly into the branches, hit it, and then fall to the ground.
Thunk, whack.
And then, moving up just a little bit. He kind of moves, gets a running start, and hang on. Alright, beat a 28.
Oh, yes, easily done. Watch me. No.
Noctua, you are kicked straight across over here.
Whack! That is, 15 damage, I believe?
11. 4 of this is coming from precision.
Precision, okay. Whack, thump. She touches down and then gets back up.
And as you get back up, you sort of get your bearings again as moving across, right across from the graveway. We drop our swings as the round resets. Yeah. And as you roll into this next round, how are you feeling, Noctua?
She's having a great time.
I'm glad. Yeah, it looks like she is, honestly.
Noctua is having a fucking awesome time. She's getting like thrown around like a rag doll, but like these attacks are surprisingly extremely effective. This man's a terror. She's barely been able to land a hit on him, but with the clarity and like almost purity of the situation, she's able to put aside any personal feelings and just engage in the sport of combat. This, her dear friend would say, is pretty rad. So she starts to get increasingly fired up, and she spins that arrow around, and she's like, to a certain extent, I think his silence is actually more intimidating than anything he could have possibly said. I don't consider myself a talkative person, but he's convincing me. He can speak with his fists alone. And she takes a step forward, and using the graves as cover, she sweeps between the two, almost like a snake, and then flies up, lurching and stabbing at him.
You lurch over, pushing between these many assembled gravestones, as your spear darts forward and attempts to pierce into him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
25.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
She does effectively stab into him. That's another 10.
Alrighty, you do that then. You move in and stab, and with that in mind,
she's gonna wholehearted feelings that is out, so she's gonna stab past him and actually roll through the dirt and like brace herself on her legs and immediately get back up. That slice was like a hurricane. Noctua's moving faster and faster. Even in this short time, it appears that she's improved greatly, and she looks back up to him. Saku looks up to you a lot. I can see why.
As you say that, you notice that with that cut, you successfully managed to pierce into the sleeve of his jacket. A bit of blood pools as he kind of holds onto that. The loose part kind of hanging, he sort of tears it off. The left side of his suit jacket sort of being ruined at this point. He looks up, sees the blood being drawn, looks at his glove, which the blood is starting to seep into, and he sort of clenches his fist a bit, turns around, and... yeah. Whole family looks up to this dog, sure. He, tell them they should try to forge over their own sort of destinies. Following me ain't gonna get them shit. He kind of thinks. I have no idea why I'm telling you any of this.
No, I agree. She like gets excited, and like the stance lowers even more, her back arcing downwards. This is a spearman's pose. I completely agree. When it comes to leadership, being a hero or a legend, you lead from the front. The people follow your example, but shouldn't be smothered in your shadow. We exist to be blinding beacons. Or she stops and thinks for a second. That's wrong. We exist to cast that shadow for which in which people can thrive. She smiles at him, and for what it's worth, I think Saku is thriving plenty.
He kind of, you notice that he considers that for a moment. He stares at you, and you took what I said and ran a mile with it.
She thinks about that for a second. I do not understand the idiom, but I assume you are pleased.
Wrong. He steps up to the side, and there's a singular blow with his unsheathed hand, and you kind of like, you step back a bit, dodging out of the way. You're really getting into it. It's a lot easier to kind of get into the flow of combat now. And as he stands, he notices how you're doing that. What I'm saying is that none of them will learn anything if they're dawdling in my footsteps. That ain't a good path. And gaining some kind of purpose isn't what I'm talking about either. I'm saying they need to stop crawling at my heels, hiding behind my shadow. They're gonna die if they do that.
She looks at him very seriously, and then relaxes for a second. Why are they doing that?
He kind of considers you for a moment.
She has that very, like, 100% honestly, zero malice in her face.
And as he looks at the clock, I honestly got no clue if you even understood what I just said. Lost
No,
in translation?
she shakes her head. No, I think I understand. When somebody shines particularly brightly, they might not cast a shadow that encourages others, but instead consumes them.
He notices that you actually got it. And then he's like, unfortunately, this pack doesn't know how to run without their boss. And I ain't no replacement.
She like looks at him. Have you ever considered letting them run on their own?
Maybe when all this is done. Ain't time for that, though.
Hmm.
I still need them. And with that, he kind of reaches up and starts undoing his glove very slowly. You gotta get it. All this shit, everything we're doing, we got a plan. Honestly, I'd be fine with just letting my boys come up and have fun little fights with you. Maybe have their honor matches, but we ain't got time for that. Not till the job's done. With that, all 5 fingers seem to have been pulled loose, and his hand reaches into singular spot of the glove where blood started to pool, right at the sleeve of the glove. And he starts pulling it off, and Noctua, your head starts to hurt. Something seems to pulse in that moment. And as that glove comes off, there's something that seems to pool over this entire area. Your vision blurs just a little bit. Your entire mind seems to reel a bit. Your sky steel's acting up. And as it does that, you feel a sensation that you can finally place again. Yeah, this guy. You absolutely fought him before. You're starting to remember. That glove came off. He immediately pulled it off to face you. Something about it. You gaze upon that hand, you see its texture. And with that, as your brain starts to wrap around it very quickly, suddenly you start losing this place. Everything around you spilling out. Your sky steel starts screaming. It pushes, it pulls, it tears into you. And in that moment, Noctua!
Yeah.
Hang on, I need to go grab it again.
Oh?
You black out!
Oh boy! It happened again!
It happened again. But this time, it's not the same kind of blacking out, because before you kind of drifted in and out over and over again, but almost immediately you kind of seem to snap. You're just pop straight up again, almost. It's something weird happened. In a moment, you're snapped out of that state as something inside of you almost seems to tear itself apart. Like 2 different reactions firing off at once. One screaming inside of your body, the other also screaming. Fighting each other, yet at the same time, also sort of fighting to protect you. It almost seems to ramp up continually, over and over again, until eventually you are pulled directly out of it, and, well, it seems that whatever it was, these 2 reactions inside of you both cease as you're pulled awake inside of the sky steel. And
I had him.
I think you might have. I can't really tell. He was doing something very scary.
It was very strange, but I think I had him. I was about to put it all together. I had a thrust. I had a conclusion. I was gonna say something like, "Well, I'll strike this shadow down and free you and your boys from the chains of fate." Noctua kind of
You
loses
say
it a
that.
little bit again.
She kind of stares directly across from you. And you absolutely had him then. That's very cool.
Yes, I have a goal now though.
Mhm.
I'm going to what is a nice way to say humiliate a person? I am going to kindly humiliate him in front of his boys so that they can all grow on their own.
She kind of thinks of it. Ah, you are going to... She kind of thinks about that a little bit. I'm not quite sure if I have any sort of words for that. Because I think it's something brand new that you're making up in this very moment.
You're right, I'm a pioneer.
Perhaps this would be a... I do not think it would be a Noctua. People might confuse that. Besides, I don't think you want your name associated with humiliating people.
That's true. But sometimes, well, I get... No, I guess I don't. She starts mumbling off to the side. I felt, I don't know. I felt something. He's a person burdened by a legacy that he doesn't want. Someone like that is... I've got to do something about it.
She kind of thinks, the burden of legacy. Yes, that's quite correct. She kind of floats back. That's why you're here.
Yes.
You
Across the sky steel.
All right, you give it a little leap.
She gives a little leap and then lands. Should I roll?
Nice.
Or
roll a die. Very easy, but roll a die.
Very easy rolling.
It's really easy roll a die.
And
So,
Black is wounded, but like she can blew it up. She touches down and then like moves, almost dancing, pirouetting backwards, looking back at Solitarius. I think there's nothing sadder in this entire world than someone bearing the burdens of a legacy that they don't want to begin with.
Yes. Unlike you.
Unlike me.
Yes.
The weight of my legacy is something that I happily engage with. She jumps again. Here comes
She
another
nods her
roll
head.
die.
Yes. And
A little worse.
A little worse. You kind of land and you're like, oh, you scramble a little bit. Yeah, it's fine.
She like casts her gaze around. Saku was very nice, as was the large man I met earlier. If he can't bear the weight of all of their expectations, then he should obviously be forced to give it up.
She kind of thinks a bit. She sort of holds herself there, and she contemplates. Before we go into the next room, let's wait right here.
Okay.
She sort of sits down. She doesn't particularly have any legs, more of these tassels that seem to wrap around themselves. But they kind of seem to spill on the floor as she sits straight up. It's almost like a torso-up doll that's sitting against the sky steel. As she looks directly across from your wings, kind of folding off to the side. Okay. We only got to talk a little bit. I think there's a little bit more with going on with that situation than just that.
Probably.
We got robbed of our conclusion. Obviously, if we finished fighting him, then we would learn everything we needed to know, but we didn't. Both times.
Of course. Yes. Frustrating. So, Operation Humiliate him in front of his boys, but kindly, probably would not result in the desired outcome.
Perhaps not. We should meditate on the matter of that person later, though.
I should.
Because right now, I think you have your own stuff to deal with on the other side of that.
Oh, you're correct. She looks around.
No, we don't have to go yet. You were going to say something. I want to hear you.
I think it would be better to ask him what he means to the people underneath him. She sort of like looks down and around. What Saku was saying earlier. Like, oh yeah, I really owe a lot to the boss, repeatedly. Like to the point that he was ready to die for him. I am unsure of whether or not I like that emotion or dislike it.
The weight of honor, I think.
I guess. Honor to me isn't something like that, though. Honor is something that drives you to be bigger and better. Honor is something that is provided for the self. It is something that you cast to others For example, the most honorable action I could take is letting someone else know that they are important to me. The most honorable thing that I could do is to make myself better. Honoring someone else as a concept is an oddity.
The very concept seems to be... It is like... She kind of thinks. It seems as though they are relying on them for some reason and giving what they have in stores.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah,
She sits
like-
up bolt upright. The Nagoya family. She moves in close. That's the strange thing I've been dealing with. These tight and choking bonds. I don't know how to process them. Can you... How do you divide the bonds of family if... She sits back down. I don't know what's going on. I didn't have a family.
She kind of thinks about that a little bit, and she's sort of like, I suppose not. I didn't either, but we both had each other, and you have many other people.
Yes, indeed. Double sparkle.
Yeah, and she kind of like straightens a little bit. Yes, it seems as though family is something that is lacking or special in some way. I feel like you've interacted with a number of people who do not know what it means to have family. Truly, at least.
She thinks on that a while.
And yet, she kind of holds up her wing a little bit. It seems those people are still making it. It is not a deficiency per se, but it is a lot like... she thinks a bit, trying to find a metaphor. It is like being born unable to see a specific color. We cannot understand it, sort of, but we can understand what color is, for we can see other colors.
She like looks down. Something about that is ringing incorrect, but I'm not sure what it is.
She kind of thinks about that. It seems correct to me. Maybe it's because... She kind of thinks a bit, and she sort of stops a little bit. She kind of like waves her wing. It's nothing.
What was that? No. What were you thinking?
Well, she kind of holds a bit. I suppose it's I do not think this is something that is universal anymore. But I suppose it simply comes from the fact that I've never wanted for family or friends. After all, I felt mostly content simply with this singular relationship. It is all I will be able to achieve, and it is all I will know. But that is fine with me. That does not bring me sadness. So I think a number of these interpersonal things do not make sense to me.
She thinks on that a little bit more. So for you, it must be that example of being born unable to see a certain color. For me,
Yes.
She
kind of-
starts talking to it, thinks about herself a little bit. Maybe it's... I still have hope, perhaps, that I could perceive it.
She kind of thinks about that.
She takes a step forward. And then looks at Solitarius dead in the face. You, on the other hand, is there any way that you can also perceive a relationship beyond this one? I'm about to introduce you to all of the colors.
She looks. All of them?
Yes. I've heard that certain types of shrimp can see a wide variety of colors. They were called shrimp colors, and they have been fascinating to me ever since.
She kind of stares for a moment, and then she kind of falls, leaning back, and falls off the edge, and flies on up again, and kind of stares directly down. Very well. As it is now, you still have hope you can perceive these colors. And if you do, then you simply must. You shall.
I know this to be true. And you will also show me many colors once we are out of here.
Yes, shrimp colors. Noctua says, looking forwards as she hops.
You are followed in tow by Solitarius as you continue moving ahead.
After all, there is nothing in the world that another could perceive that I also could not eventually perceive.
Mm-hmm.
And you, as my most powerful friend, of course have no such limitation as well.
Yes, absolutely.
No land exists for Noctua to not trample upon. That sounds bad again. Like, is there a kind word of trample?
She kind of thinks a bit. And she's like,
Ah, I didn't even notice.
Mhm.
We were talking in Lancotton. Isn't that so funny?
Oh, I didn't expect to be thinking in this language so much.
I suppose in that way it's just frequency. Perhaps it's your Lancotton family running off on you.
She's gonna roll to die off of that. Ooh. Feelings the lowest. Another... Yeah, she's gonna lock in blue in this case. You say your Lancotton family, and then she thinks about... I wonder who that is, fully.
I suppose that is what we mean to perceive, is it not?
I guess so.
Then let us go forth.
Guess I'll discover that too. She jumps, hops, and crosses.
You do so, and with that, you head off further into the Somnium. And as you progress, you kind of find yourself stepping on these multiple island platforms until eventually you sort of keep going down until you fall away from the light of the nebulas until you finally see a dim light directly below you. And you sort of kind of scale down into this cavernous expanse until you finally find this place, this strange almost outcropping. Stone once again reaches you as you step across these singular large tiles. In fact, everything feels so large. Everything. Moving around in this place. You think you understand. As you continue moving on in here, everything around you feels so big, so grand.
Oh no.
And you remember, finally, as you turn around, you see the glow next to you. You know where you are. It's back above. And immediately sort of floating down, emerging out from the dark, Solitarius approaches up with you. This place is quite massive. And
yes.
Yes. I remember this place.
She kind of thinks a little bit.
That's it, isn't it? We'd always sneak out here at night. And sometimes, maybe in the daytime if we were feeling particularly adventurous. And at a certain point, this became the changing point.
Yes. Did. Noctua's like, sort of, she's looking at this and like, her eyes are fully dilated. She's just blinking slowly, looking at the like whirling nexus of power in front of her.
Noctua?
I remember what I felt that day.
She kind of floats up and she waits patiently.
I was told that any chance I had within Zyphos was robbed away from me, by my family's machinations. the sole heiress of the throne, benefited by her father's efforts to poison the competition, could either face imprisonment or freedom in the shape of a champion. She starts to take a step forward towards the pillar. This place I always used to sneak away to. I think I felt something for the person here way before this moment, because I felt so bad that this bow was left neglected. And it was right here, right now, that I decided I wasn't going to let the judgment stand. That I was tired of being wrong about myself. And for once, if I was prideful and believed with my entire heart that I could withstand the trial of the Sky Steel, and I was right, I would stand up as a hero to this person too. That I'd not only save myself, I'd save Noctua. She takes another step forward towards this ever-growing, crackling void. It's one thing to fail at a completely normal task when you believe it with your entire heart. That's just normal ineptitude. But a hero is someone who tries something tremendous, and success or fail, they make the attempt. She starts to remember the beginnings of this crackling, peerless pride. Something that will ever break, regardless of how bad anything gets. You fail trying something great, you're still a hero. You succeed, everyone remembers your name. She looks over to Solitarius. Of course, my name wasn't that important to begin with. A great hero has to be magnanimous after all. So I took his instead.
I see.
I
She kind of
promised I'd
thinks.
promised I'd raise it to the highest heights.
Hmm.
But the name Noctua again wouldn't be a joke. Because I hate that outcome more than anything else.
I see. Hmm.
She kind of reflects on that a little bit and thinks about the circumstance.
Hmm. And yet, by the sound of it, taking on the act of heroism and throwing oneself into that state, it is not one I would seem to be. Perhaps that in its own right is something closer to discovering the meaning of family. If it makes sense. I think that's something of a stretch. But that feeling of wanting to do that for him, the legacy of the bow. Did you decide to do that for your own sake on top of his? Or was it first for him and then your own sake?
She like looks over to Solitarius, like almost with a sort of wistful look in her eye. From the start, it never mattered. I wanted to be a hero to someone. That's it. She looks back over to the pillar. He was forgotten. I was forgotten. If I could save one of us, I would.
She kind of nods her head.
I see. How curious.
she says that, and it hangs in the air for a moment.
Noctua,
Yeah.
do you feel anything?
She's gonna, like, she taps herself. Quite a bit, actually.
She kind of looks directly across at you and is just like,
Yes, I feel like there's much roiling inside of you. That much seems to be correct. Though, that sky steel of yours, it seems to be quite quiet right now. Quite quiet? Quite.
she she nods her head a bit.
This was assuredly a challenge. I felt it moving on inside, and yet, you seem to be doing quite well. Yet, your emotions are still pulsing, moving, and active inside of your own head. Ah. I think I have been something at a loss today for the concept we were talking about, but this one I think I understand.
She turns over to you, and kind of pumps her wing up, and then you see that determination return to her.
You both are in agreement.
She tilts her head. What?
Well, it's quite simple, isn't it? You feel these feelings surging within you, but your emotions, I suppose not even the figure that you were apart from, the one that you fought, and most importantly, the Sky Steel. None of the three are in conflict, and none of the three are pulsing and trying to fight back against what you just said. It seems that everything you said is simply the truth. For all of you.
She takes a look back at that pillar again and starts to feel this sensation, like, growing and spreading. She smiles and looks over. Well, I guess it's because in that regard, there are no bad feelings when it comes to she stops herself. No emotion, regardless of whatever shape it takes, is inherently bad. She looks back over at the pillar. I remember that thing trying to latch on and devour me whole. There was a struggle. She looks back over. It was pretty intense, actually. But
Yes, it seems to be intense the second time as well.
she sort of nods along. No matter how many times it takes, though, I'll weather the storm.
Yes. And no matter how many times it takes, so long as you hold on to that, I believe you will make it every single time without fail.
And she oh boy. She draws herself up to her full height, and her expression shifts again. This time actually becoming maybe increasingly childish, or maybe some people would identify it as overwhelmingly proud. The big grin of a doofus who didn't know any better, or perhaps knew better and chose to be willfully prideful anyway. That's right. Because when it comes to feeling things, there's nothing beyond a hero, right? What's a little emotion here or there? Let it build over, boil over, absolutely spill over you. You exist to be a legend. Strike an example for everyone else, right?
She looks inspired by that.
They are nothing but tasty morsels to make life more interesting.
She nods. Cast a large enough shadow and everyone will follow your example. Laugh louder. Live stronger than anyone. She actually starts to relax for a moment and like face splitting into a smile. I think I remember what I used to do in times like this.
Yes?
She reaches back and like reels her head back and she goes, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while, but it's been a while." She sort of picks away at her chin.
She Solitarius just seems to smile. The biggest of laughs. I miss that so much.
I don't laugh very often, I know.
She kind of smiles and
I try
but
to save it for the
Hmm.
important moments.
mm,
When things are going bad, that's when you laugh your hardest.
well, she kind of thinks it went a little more something like this. And that laugh bells across the room. Give it a try one more time.
Okay.
That's it. Wonderful. You feel that laugh almost bellow across the room as time flies back and catches up to you and this memory leaves you behind. You feel everything assembled around you sort of falling away in that moment, and then suddenly you kind of snap to again, almost dragging yourself out as you appear directly into the city once more, your consciousness returning in a different spot. You feel your body once again starting to move. You notice a bit of sweat from your movements, etc. That was a lot. But immediately in front of you, good job.
Excuse me, what?
Excuse you, what?
We're
Oh,
yeah.
oh. She kind of looks around. Ooh, we're outside. Yes, excellent. Oh.
Yes.
She kind of stops.
You're outside as well.
Yes, I could always do that.
Wait, what?
I always appeared outside in the past. What makes you think I couldn't do that anyways now?
I suppose that is one way of thinking about it.
She kind of stops. Oh, I'm sorry. You were just very busy. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, okay. That is a perfectly valid excuse. I was very.
Yes.
Mojo accepts this at face value immediately.
I can return inside if you would like. We can always keep talking in there if you want.
No.
She stops again and then looks curious. Yes?
No.
Yes?
I made a promise earlier, and a hero sticks by her promises.
Oh?
As I said, I am a hero to the people who are forgotten. And who is more forgotten than my imaginary friend?
She beams.
As such, whatever I was doing, at least earlier today, is on the back burner for now. I still have a score to settle, but I feel like the issue of family is completely gone. She crosses her hands. She crosses her arms. Whatever it makes me feel, good, bad, whatever, it doesn't matter very much. What matters right now is I need to know what's happening with that man. I have two concerns related to him. One, whatever he is making happen to me, and two, whatever is happening to she thinks.
Hmm?
Nobody's hero, huh?
You have things to figure out?
He is on the back burner, though. She reaches out and grabs Solitarius's hand.
You kind of go over and grab onto her wing really fast, and your hand kind of shifts on through, but regardless, she holds it there, and you end up, well, you pace along with your dear friend. And with that, I'm going to call a break, because
let's take a
from this
break.
point on, it's going to be Indigo time, as you take
Oh.
Solitarius around town.
Oh boy, you socked me hard this time right out the gate. I got that like full on like you did the laugh and kicked in the music and that's just instant waterworks. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Just chat company.
It's a chill
All right,
session.
chat. It's a chill session. Hey, chat, how you doing? I'm gonna pop in. I can't actually see chat yet.
Oh,
I'm going.
they're you know.
Oh, hey, chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom because I've had to use the restroom the entire time. Because I like as soon as I clicked stream we started going, I was like, oh man, I could really use the restroom right now. So I'm gonna go do that. Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, chat. Hello. That was fun. I enjoyed that, and now we're gonna get to Indigo, and that's gonna be even more fun. We've got that out of the way, and now we can contribute to the next step, which is date dating yourself / best friend / imaginary friend. It'll be great. Yes, Hatman. I'm glad you like that. I keep expecting Joshua to show up like nothing. If only. It's called self-care. Exactly. This is just self-care. This is Vale's rework. She had to spend Vale's in the hospital, so she's going to spend it again with herself and give her a little extra, a little extra time. You got it? If I was alone, I would simply date myself. I love you, but you're a monster. Thank you. Ooh. That was good. I started. This is a fun small thing that no one probably cares about too much. I started to run out of music tracks for stuff I was doing because some conversations happened longer. So I actually had to grab from Wilting Vows, which this is I actually copied the Roll20 for the Wilting Vows and just added onto this. So ended up having to do that. But let's see.
Yeah, also I'm back.
Can other people see Solitarius? Probably not. We'll see what happens. What I missed. Did he explode another player? Excuse me. I don't do that. How is Sully supposed to wear the inflatable duck hat? She'll find a way. You appreciate Dingo Man? Good, thank you.
She's an imaginary friend, dude. She can do whatever she fucking wants.
Yeah.
Like imaginary duck hat.
Yeah.
I love Gigi. He is.
I love him. He's fantastic.
Yeah, he was fun. I had fun playing him.
Thanks for breaking all my bones.
No problem.
No
Are you
problem.
back? So I can go get some water now. We'll swap over to the Indigo stuff.
Yeah, I'm swapping us over to. I'm going into the Indigo campaign.
Fredo's like, haha, what the fuck? Is that an actual demon?
Yes, my inner demons are very nice.
Honestly, I'm not sure if Solitarius would be like the weirdest thing people have seen. Like, no. Hojo's the thing.
If I was lonely, I would simply date myself. Yeah, that's what she's doing right now.
Yeah.
Go to the map screen. Alright. Gotta get chapter 2 knocked out here. Are you linked up to a pog?
Are you linked up to Pog?
I don't think she is. Let me fix this.
Look at it.
Edit. Yeah, default token is broken, it seems. Okay, let's doink, doink. Excellent. Done. Fantastic.
Yeah. Wow.
I wonder if Asa can see Solitarius. Yeah, I don't know. That's up to Christian.
No, Asa has her own Sky Steel fucking companion inside of her.
It's me. I'm sorry, Asa voice. It's me, but smaller and angrier. She has a knife. That's the only thing that separates us. She's tiny me with a knife.
Holding knife in mouth like that one crow. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe Noctua was gonna go talk to Daringway.
She could.
Yeah.
Sorry, Teach, I'm here to steal the Daringway backstory one session before you.
God.
Can you fucking imagine?
Yeah.
The gall of me?
Yeah, do it.
I'm back.
Do it. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
That I'm gonna steal the Daringway backstory one session before Christian can.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Come on, Solitarius, let's go get Daringway's backstory.
Ah, fantastic.
We're not doing that.
Ah, good. That man sounds like a total bore.
He is not. Wait, no, I'm Noctua. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
There are a few people I consider stinky in the world. Daringway is one of them. S tier on the stink tier list.
What's your stink tier list, Noctua?
S tier, Kato, Daringway. A tier, very few people. They all smell nice down here. B, me sometimes after working too hard. C tier, all of my enemies. D tier, all of my friends. E tier, me when I smell good. I'm fucking cracking. I can't even finish.
When I smell good, E tier.
Me when I smell good. E tier. Who's F tier for smell? Orchestra. She does not
No,
smell.
the music isn't working for me. Could you restart it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go.
So I'm gonna basically like this is Noctua's big day out. She's just gonna wander around the city, right?
Yeah, so to get us all back into it,
Yeah.
essentially, Noctua, you put plans on hold today because you have a date.
I do.
And with that in mind, your partner here is both incapable of really bringing you anywhere and is also vastly curious about seeing the streets. As you prepare for your time, there was a single phrase that she gave to you as you started to prepare your day.
Show me the things you very much appreciate.
Okay.
And with that, you have been given free reign to move across Indigo and show Solitarius around.
You know where I'd go first. It would be over here.
Okay.
But no,
Yes.
we're not going to do that because
Okay.
that is too predictable. We will follow up with that
Oh.
later.
I see.
Instead, I'm
Saving the best for last, correct?
Yes. So, what is the first thing that a city needs to No. She stops herself. What is the first thing someone like me would need in the city?
She considers that a bit.
The first thing a person like you would need? Food,
Like me.
correct? To survive?
Yes.
Yes.
In two manners of speaking. Food for the body, of course, the literal food, but also food for the soul.
Ah. What is that?
She takes Solitarius and leads her.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
what's
will,
up?
Yeah, this will take a sec. Just
Okay,
give me,
okay,
just
I'll give you a moment.
She's
Oh,
gonna
boy.
take her to the hot springs, but no.
Oh.
There's another place that she's gonna take her first. It's
Oh,
very
boy.
stupid.
Oh boy.
Let's see. Where are you? I gotta find it is the problem. It's in here somewhere. Nope, not that one. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Oh, it stopped dragging at some point. Beautiful. Here we go. Loading screen down here. There we go. Drop a Noctua on here and a Solitarius. Noctua takes Solitarius down Main Street for a while, and they pass all of these wonderful, interesting shops. This is the place I work, and this is the place where Teach's girlfriend works, and I try not to bother them when they're spending time together. And she leads Solitarius all the way down, and eventually you two wind up over here.
Ooh.
I'm Calamity Tempest HQ!
Oh, Is this a soul-spirited spot?
Yes,
Oh,
indeed. Noctua
I see.
nods.
Ah, and what is the food that we consume here for the soul?
So, one of the big things consuming this city right now, and one of the big reasons I'm doing my best to protect it, is due to the fact that it is currently embroiled in absolutely horrific conflict. she looks very seriously and solitarious, and then you sense, yeah, no, Noctua's excited about this.
Oh boy.
Ah, I see. So,
Yes.
so in this way, much like food is necessary for the survival of our bodies, doing something here is necessary for the survival of the soul. Is it
Yes.
conflict?
It is indeed conflict. She
Ah.
smiles. Every place I've been to in the world so far has been beautiful and resplendent. They've all glittered with their own unique energy, and this place is so full of different adventures. She resets back to a neutral expression, but in front of us here, this is, I suppose, the closest thing to the face of an enemy that I could get.
I see. Then they must be smashed to pieces.
Yes, indeed, but not right now.
Ah, I see.
We are
She
doing
stops.
we are doing
Yes.
something very important together.
Oh, okay. Yes.
But yes,
If
this
you'd
is
like,
the nature.
we could. I don't mind if you want to smash something.
That's a good idea. Actually, that's a great idea. There's another faction set up that is exactly, no, put a pin in that, okay?
Okay. You will be the one who will need to put the pin in things.
Okay, I will put a pin in it. Noctua starts to walk forward again, and like the Tempests start to sort of move forward, eyeing her up a little bit. And Noctua just calmly waves and starts to move past. So, I think I'm going to take you to my next favorite spot.
Oh.
On the tour. It's right next door, actually.
She looks. Really? What is
Yes. Well, and Noctua leads you just up ahead. You know where you're going.
Oh.
You come out onto a bridge.
She looks.
It
Yes.
is a bridge.
It is a bridge.
Incredible.
Some of my fondest memories are in this place.
Hmm.
2 of my fondest memories are in this place.
She kind of looks.
So this is this is such an interesting place. I
Yes.
go back a couple years and I would never expect to see water like this. At least not enough for a bridge to be required to walk over.
Yeah. It's gorgeous. And one of the reasons that I picked these 2 places one after the other is I guess the most important part of my time here, what I've learned. She looks back at Tempest HQ and
Yes.
then sits up on the edge of the bridge. I guess it's something worth fighting for, or someone worth fighting for, and then something worth fighting.
Oh,
She kind of thinks about that, and then she just kind of looks.
then this bridge is incredibly important.
It's a very powerful bridge. her face lights up and then she hops up. It's just all so exciting. I know a lot of people think I tend to refer to things in a way that maybe belittles their struggles or is like playing around with life or death for them. But for me,
Yes.
this is the most exciting thing in the world.
She kind of thinks of that.
I see. So a place like this that can spawn so many pleasant memories is always, it's a good place in its own right.
She
It
nods.
should be respected,
It should be
for its
respected.
legacy is strong.
it does have a powerful legacy. She looks around. It does get me thinking, though.
She kind of floats up behind you.
She hops on her legs backwards and starts to actually move like a little more fluently in them that you've seen her lately while looking back at Tempest HQ. Is the purpose of a hero just to resolve conflicts? Just a curiosity.
What form of conflicts? Every conflict or specific kinds?
Specific kinds, big ones.
She thinks about that.
I believe that would come down to the term of what a hero is.
Yes.
After, which is of course what you're asking. And unfortunately, I'd say I would not know. It sounds as though there have been a number of people who have said such things, and yet, at the same time, there have been plenty of legends from Noctua himself that were quite quiet. Quite quiet. Quite.
She nods her head again.
Quite, yes.
She kind of like keeps floating.
So, did Noctua cease to become a hero simply because he stopped solving big problems?
No, he didn't, but this feeling I have in my chest, she says, looking back at Tempest HQ, it's a really funny one. I know someday the curtain will fall, and in one direction or the other, this conflict will come to an end. I feel like Noctua's stories were so tinged with sadness. Like, saying goodbye to an adventure was saying goodbye to a friend.
I see.
And then she says that, and her face splits into a slight smile. Maybe I'm still naive. I haven't searched the world as far as he has, but it feels like there are so many adventures out there waiting for me.
Yeah.
Around each and every corner. She gets this big grin as she actually like leads you away. Let me blow those two up. Yeah.
As Solitarius comes with you, she kind of floats and she contemplates a bit, and then she thinks,
Yes. In fact, I believe it to be beneficial for adventures to come to their end. For one reason, it means we obviously get to carve our next path forward. That is simply the truth, but I believe that at its core, there is another side that is less appreciated.
What's that?
To conclude an adventure, to be able to put an end to it. It means you can be able to say goodbye.
Her face splits into a big smile. That's a power in itself.
Yes. The ability to say goodbye instead of simply drifting away.
She gets a more contemplative look on her face. Ooh, over in this direction.
she kind of flies over this way.
You see an old man sitting on the fucking bench here.
Excellent.
He's full of youthful power.
She inspects him very, like, situationally, just kind of floating around, and then eventually, like, loses interest really fast as she keeps going this way.
The old man traces Noctua with his eyes a little bit as the pair sort of drive forwards towards the hot springs. Yes, I think, I have many complex thoughts on the nature of destiny. And, the role that one takes within the world. And what place everyone deserves. And she draws herself up and bounces on one of her feet. But do you know what I think about the most?
Tell me.
It's about how all of these people and all of these places interweave. It's a funny thing to say, but I don't care very much. I don't have a personal stake in many things. She looks a little sheepish for a second. I find getting attached to be rather difficult. But
she kind of looks at you.
But as evidenced by the fact that I am showing you all of the places that I wanted to go with a friend, perhaps, but was too nervous to ask.
She
But
stops.
the big thing is, even if I can't get attached to a place in a personal way, there's something beautiful about watching it, you know? Playing my own role.
Yes.
Destiny has its own course. The fiction is written and the tale of the universe is constructed.
She kind of she puts her wing up and kind of blocks a mouth that she does not have. I believe you're quoting Noctua.
Yes, I am. It was something like the tale of the universe is pre-constructed and all this other stuff. Noctua believed himself to be part of that flow. I never thought of myself as part of it.
She kind of releases a little bit of a laugh. And so in that way, you are the incredible hero who both engages with the flow of the world and yet stays separate from it.
Exactly. she gets excited too. So,
And
I'll
I'm
do
very
my...
glad you're not lonely because of it.
She stops. Well, I feel like I could have very easily been lonely, but I'm not. So I'm not going to think about that.
Exactly.
Also,
She kind of
I have you here with me.
Exactly. There is no loneliness.
The two go into the hot springs.
Excellent.
Time passes. You two doink, doink, doink here.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Let's see.
She's just kind of floating around a little bit around. She's sort of like she full on dives like she's going into deep water and no clips through the water and just kind of like goes around like a fish a little bit and kind of pops out at some point and curls around.
Noctua just like she lowers herself into the hot springs and like despite the sky steel giving her a bit of shit getting dunked, she still insists regardless. If these things pop off because of the hot spring, I am going to have to yell for someone.
That would be somewhat convenient, however.
It would be convenient overall. Yes, so I am hoping there is someone nearby.
There is the old man outside. Perhaps if you scream loud enough, he will see you.
I do... Nope. No.
She looks kind of like
Absolutely no.
No? Oh.
No, not this time, no. Noctua relaxes back. No, okay, here we go. I'm going to try.
Okay.
Noctua tries to release the limbs like tension from her body.
and it does not work.
I thought hot springs were supposed to fix everything.
She
Wholehearted
thinks,
feelings though. But it
Yeah.
does feel very nice.
she kind of looks.
Perhaps they do fix everything. But no. What does this feed inside of yourself?
The sky steel or the hot springs?
You,
Which part?
the hot springs.
Oh, well, she looks around. It feels like a thing that I was told about for years and years and years. Informed that I'd enjoy, and, I guess at first I didn't really like them very much because they made me feel all tingly. But now, they make me feel, This is a funny thing. I don't know how to put this. They make me feel very, like I'm doing my job. Very cool.
She kind of thinks.
There's very...
It is like when you are baking, and there's chocolate syrup inside of the bowl, but you've already emptied it. so all you can do is rub your finger along inside and eat it. It is that form of work as a baker, where
That
you
is-
simply...
That is very illustrative.
Yes.
She actually relaxes back and then bubbles down below the surface for a second, big hair expanding out, then reemerges. To tell you the truth, it's one of those things that I get into and I'm like, how do I put this? I am a shy person.
Yes?
This is like reclaiming part of me being less shy.
Ah, I see. She kind of looks... Okay, I understand.
I would
And-
only come in here with you specifically and teach and maybe heal, I don't know. But still, it is a way for me to overcome my own shyness, which is something I'm working on, one piece at a time.
She nods her head. You seem to be diving in just as head deep into that as you are this hot spring.
Yes.
You
which
are
is-
very admirable.
Which is very tentatively. She looks over to Solitarius. Are you a shy person?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
She kind of looks prideful. I would be willing to talk to anyone. She kind of thinks, though, I suppose I've never tested that theory, have I?
Noctua
I've felt
stands up to her full height. In that case, do you wish to speak to someone? I can relay your words to them.
She kind of thinks about that, and then she's like,
Yes, I would love to.
Okay. She stands up. What type of person do you want to talk to?
she kind of thinks,
I haven't thought of this. Bring me someone who's the opposite of you in every way. I want to speak to that person.
Then she kind of turns.
If they're absolutely nothing like you in any way, if you do that and I talk to them, then I will never need to speak to another person again, for I will try two extremes.
Oh, someone who is the exact opposite of me in every way.
If you need time to think of it, we can grab food first.
Oh, that's a great idea. She stands up and moves out. Opposite of me. So she turns around and looks at Solitarius. What would you say my qualities are?
She kind of floats up, and she again looks very prideful.
You are a great hero. You take
Yes.
care of yourself immensely well and care for the sake of others.
Yes.
Both because it is your job, but also because it is your passion.
Yes.
You are...
She kind of thinks a little deeper on this.
And above it all, you are immensely fascinating. You are...
She kind of thinks a little bit more.
You are very straight to the point. You say what your mind is in your mind, and you speak directly. You do not let secrets or falsehoods live in your presence. And most importantly,
She kind of nods her head.
you are very kind to me.
Noctua flushes for a second. Thank you. I think we are running into something of an issue, though.
What is it?
I haven't met many liars in this city. I don't believe anyone has lied to me. You said that I'm very straight to the point and truthful, but for the most part, the people that I have encountered have been extremely forthcoming.
Oh, I suppose that is a problem. If we are in a city of truthsayers, then it will be extremely hard to find someone of that quality.
I'm sorry. I will think.
Then let us take a step back. What?
I've got one.
Oh?
You said that one of my big things was trying to be a great hero, correct?
Yes.
What about a person who doesn't particularly want to be one?
She kind of thinks.
Well, if that's the only quality that you know that differentiates, then perhaps so.
Also, they need to be mean to you.
Ooh.
Who would be mean to you?
She thinks. She flies.
Well.
She kind of like floats.
Well, if they are going to be mean to me, that will be that. They don't have to be. I've given you a full list. Simply think of someone in that list who would rival you.
She
That's it. That's it.
Yes?
She kind of like holds up her wings.
A rival. I want to speak to your rival. Do you have one yet?
I don't have a rival yet. I'm
Really?
I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm working on it.
She kind of
I'll get one eventually. I'm trying. Noctua gets fucking flagrantly embarrassed.
Well, perhaps finding a rival will be what we do today as well. We'll keep an eye out together.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for a rival.
Oh.
Forming personal relationships isn't that easy. Like, I don't know. I've got people I can rely on, and like, I don't know. I can walk up and be like, hey, do you want to be my friend or whatever.
She kind of thinks.
Friends are things that I've read about before, and rivals just sort of happen. It's like having a lover. It just, I don't know. She trails off.
I see, yes. You have gotten friends, which is very good. The
That
next
is a
step is
step.
obviously getting rivals and lovers too.
Okay, I'm not ready for that step then. Yet.
Yes. We'll
I
need
will
to be
work-
ready at some time, but that is fine. I
I will-
believe in you.
I will work on rivals first.
My Nocti would be capable of having as many rivals and lovers as she wants.
Okay, not so loud. She says, walking past
guy
this
looks
guy,
by.
like, what the
Not
fuck?
so loud. He kind of like he's chewing on popcorn, and he's just like he chews a little quieter.
Who has come the closest to endangering my life?
She thinks.
Ah, Juji.
She stops.
That comes later.
That
I don't
comes-
know if we should do that today.
No, I want to show you the rest of the city.
Yes,
And I want to
yes.
prove to you that I can have a fantastic rival.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, where are we going?
Okay. I want to go get food so we can think about this rival thing over.
Yes. Let us go.
Noctua leaves and is going to she's gonna go get where's she gonna go? She's gonna go to the expensive ass restaurant on the far side of
Gotta
town.
treat your good friend.
She's gonna treat her good friend. She's gonna go to the market district.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. I didn't expect Solitarius to bully Noctua too. It's so funny.
She's so proud of you. What are you talking about? She's not bullying you. What do you mean?
It's probably fine. I'll leave that alone. Doink and doink.
It's a fucking owl over there.
Oh, there's a fucking owl over there? Where?
Fucking owl over there. You see that fucking owl? By a boat.
Oh, there's the owl.
Goodbye, owl. Okay.
Erased.
Only one owl in this stream today.
Yeah, Noctua starts to move down the street. Well, I haven't been to this place yet, but I have a little bit of money left over.
Yes.
So I think it could be fun to eat here. I think you'd
yes.
like it.
I would love to watch you eat.
Can you not? Do you not taste through me?
Hmm.
She thinks.
I believe I can. I'll try. Simply order what you want, and I will perhaps order something I want as well.
Okay. And I will eat both.
Yeah.
Noctua and Solitarius go into the abyss. The expensive ass abyss.
Yeah. You
Devils.
stumble on inside.
Let me clear this place out just a little bit. Let's
Yeah.
get rid of those ones. They're gonna wind up with this table.
You float over, and she sits right across from you, crossing her wings together.
Ah, so this is a dining establishment.
Yes. This is the most expensive place in town. I'm really hoping that I can afford it.
I hope you can too. Because I unfortunately cannot help you with that.
Of course. Noctua is talking to herself in front of all these people.
Yeah. Now,
She-
on one hand, the restaurant is still sort of busy-ish today. Most people are kind of talking. Noctua seems to talk with a bit more of a quiet, composure to her. So generally, most people wouldn't notice, except for the man directly next to her, who was just kind of standing there and then noticed that and kind of peeks on behind, and he kind of looks across as like,
What the fuck? Champion of Noctua. What's she doing in here? Why the is she talking to herself? So lost.
Noctua having ordered is like, okay, so you have one shot at this.
Okay.
she
Okay.
peeks over and kind of looks floating right above and looks at the menu.
Ah. Hmm. Is food something to be conquered or to be enjoyed?
Noctua looks at it with a smile. I believe enjoyed.
Then why do they name their dishes after devils and deeps?
Well,
Are these not places to explore and destroy? Or
yes, I find this attitude to be horrendous. It's frankly an insult to the act of eating. However, the food is very good.
She kind of thinks a bit.
I see. I will order the kindest thing on the menu then. Let us look.
Yes.
Serene salmon. No. It is serene, so I would hate to eat it.
Yes, but that alliteration will... You seem to enjoy that. And also, it is a rule of the world that you must eat to live. And also, the fish is dead already.
I see. Well, in that case, I would hate to let it go to waste.
Yes, that is what I tell myself as well.
She kind of looks across.
die.
Do you feel bad?
Yes. Animals rarely deserve the fates that they receive.
She
It's-
thinks.
If creatures, how do I put this? If creatures out there in the world are in control of their own destiny, and people chart their own course through the river of fate, then very rarely do fish do so as well.
She kind of leans back a bit and she kind of stares across.
I see. That is quite tragic.
My friend Teach told me that a salmon is maybe one of the coolest creatures in the world, and like, I sort of follow along with that philosophy, but at the same time, I feel bad eating things that were once alive that didn't have a chance to change the course of their destiny. I don't know, but how do you live without eating meat?
It's very tasty.
It's also very, very tasty.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, you could eat roots again.
They'd make me sick.
I see. Then fish it is.
Okay, we'll eat the fish.
Are you sure you want to eat right now?
Yes, I do. I do.
All right. Well, if we are killing one salmon, we can kill another. What do you want to order?
I will have the salmon as well. I will eat 2 salmons.
Excellent.
I am impassioned about the concept of devouring this salmon.
I'm very excited to see it happen. I think I'll be able to taste it.
Noctua, time passes and she receives 2 orders of salmon, which she tearfully devours, thinking about the salmon's family, where how far this salmon had to come to land on this plate. She says a silent prayer in terms of like, your flesh become mine. May you live on in eternity within my legend and my stomach, noble fish.
Noctua,
Yes,
I don't think the salmon can hear you. It's already dead.
Eat up.
Yes, please eat up.
She says, kind of getting proud again.
Noctua starts eating the salmon. And I'm gonna roll to die for her, see what comes out. The totality.
Yes.
This salmon, eating it, its very essence suffusing her own life force. Noctua, rather than thinking about this like, if she'd rolled Max Red, she'd be crying while eating it. But she rolled Max Black, means she's thinking about eating.
You're still locked into it.
What was that?
You're still locked into your black.
Oh,
From,
yeah, that's a good point. Let's drop.
Let's drop and try again. Let's see how she feels.
Noctua can still break into tears.
Yeah. Oh, black and red matched.
She's going to do both.
Yes.
Noctua starts to feel. She starts to take a bite of the salmon, and maybe it's that same sensitivity flaring up, or maybe Solitarius just does her thinking about goofy things. But she thinks about how cool the salmon is, how it traveled for so long only to wind up on this plate, and now it's a part of her, and that's super cool. But man, Noctua just wanted to root for that salmon. Just make it a little further, bud. You can make it. Salmon's a truly profound thing.
I see. I can taste the sadness and the seasoning in this one.
Yes. It's like I was saying earlier, though, no emotion is bad when it adds towards the totality of a hero.
Yes. Yes. Even this sadness you can carry with you.
This person eventually takes notice, is like, is she talking to herself and crying?
The person in front leans over. Don't engage. I've been doing that for a little while now. I think I heard something about salmon.
Truly the most profound fish. Teach was right.
Yes.
She nods her head.
I'm sort of taken aback at just how much energy is within all food.
It's substantiating. It's encouraging. How do you feel?
I feel powerful. Noctua, is this how
Yes.
you feel every time you eat?
Yes, every single time.
Solitarius marks that away. In her head, she's like, I see. So every meal is a crying affair. Every meal you must break into tears and fully understand that which you have eaten.
Noctua, like Solitarius nods to herself, and Noctua actually picks up on that, and once again flushes. I don't cry every meal, but I do feel, I do feel things.
She kind of thinks,
Good, that is great.
Like, it won't just be sad emotions, sometimes it'll be good ones too, because the
Yes.
food's so good, it also, makes you want to cry.
I see. So crying is the end point that you wish to achieve, but happiness or sadness.
I don't think I cry that much. I don't.
Okay.
Sorry. No. She recenters herself and then gets excited. I cry exactly as much as I need to. This person over here, you were crying 2 seconds ago. I cry exactly as much as I need to, representing my emotions honestly for the world around.
Yes, that is the Nocti I remember.
Yes! She gets excited. Okay, let's go.
Yes. How does one pay?
I seem to have forgotten the bill. Noctua sits down, and sometime later, a few loads of dishes later. I apologize. That cost more money than I thought.
Do not apologize. You were the one who spent the money.
It was, yes, but I promised to treat you to a day of excitement, and
Yes.
instead I was caught washing dishes because I
I see.
underestimated the price of the salmon.
I see. Yes. Okay.
She kind of thinks about that.
That is all right. Even washing dishes was quite fascinating.
It was exciting in its own way. Those people are terrifying
Yes.
in a way of like, I can smell they want you to be afraid of them, and I am not, because they are not frightening to me. She states. But they wish to be feared, and that in itself is who would want to be feared?
Apparently, cooks.
Yes. Truly
It
a
makes
frightening
sense.
bunch.
They slay and take people off the path of enlightenment simply to feed others. That level of decision making, that power, the ability to end lives in order to feed and save others. That must be a heavy burden upon every chef.
Noctua looks back and ponders how profound this is. It all makes sense. Maybe someday I will master this art myself. I'd want to do it for me, though, I guess.
Yes.
Well,
The only one who should be fed is
me.
you.
Yes.
Yes.
These two. Oh my god.
Oh!
Noctua actually
They're
takes you on
glowing.
a pretty long path. Yes, I thought you might like this place.
She kind of floats around the fireflies a bit and then drifts over to the side.
Ah, this is a wonderful place.
Yes,
She kind of
it has
inspects
an
around.
energy.
I've never seen such green.
It's not like back home, no.
No.
She kind of thinks a bit.
How does this all survive?
She looks around and sort of motions, holding her hands up. The elements are far kinder down here.
I see. So, this simply lives off of its own will?
It does.
She thinks.
So, unlike the salmon, it is removed of the cycle of choice, I suppose?
It is as well, yes.
So the solution is to eat the glowing things.
I have considered it. I have tried. They taste bad.
She kind of thinks a bit.
I see. It must be the nature that which has will and acts against fate is more delicious?
I never thought of it that way. You're brilliant. You're as smart as Shinpei.
She kind of looks directly across from you.
Absolutely.
It is that effort, that desire to live, which gives taste. That is why the salmon is so delicious. It wants to live more than any other creature. Noctua stops!
Oh,
It all makes sense now.
what?
Why the sky steel is trying to devour me.
She thinks, and then she actually feels like, no,
Of course. To it, you must be the most delicious thing on the planet.
That makes so much sense.
she turns back.
You are not on the menu, however, and we must
No.
teach it that again.
Of course. In this case, I will be eating it.
Yes. So,
She kind of she just looks around.
in which case, are we going to do that now? Or are we going to... Oh,
She thinks a bit.
are you showing me the next place? The place that you wanted to save for last?
Soon.
Okay.
There's only one thing to do after you've had a good meal, though.
Yes?
Noctua flops on the grass.
What is this?
So, just like after experiencing a big bout of emotion, or, I don't know, getting in a big fight, having a big meal, doing something nice with friends, it takes time to digest. You turn it over in your head, and that lets it sit a little bit better. So, when people aren't watching, I tend to lie down and nap. I look up at that distant sky, and I think about what I've just been through, and how it fits into me. She holds up a hand again. She, and then, like, sort of lets it drop to her side. Every single person is a big old puzzle. One puzzle piece can seem particularly big in the moment, but taking stock of oneself allows you to put it into perspective. And then, lying on the ground, she looks over to Solitarius. You're a very important part of that puzzle, too.
Yes, I suppose so.
She flops down next to you on the grass and looks up.
And so this is digestion.
This is digestion. Yes, this is enjoying what we've just experienced. A big meal, washing dishes, acknowledgement of a threat, and lying in the grass, surrounded on all sides by living things trying their best as well. Oh,
Yes.
I'll never get tired of this world. She starts to kick a little bit, because you can feel it around on all sides. The effort, the energy. And then she looks over to Solitarius. Who wouldn't want to stand on top of a world like that?
Well, someone who isn't as smart as you.
A rival, perhaps.
Perhaps. Or perhaps a rival would want to stand at the top and push you off because they're the only one who wants to stand up there. A rival who doesn't appreciate things like these. That sounds like quite a lonely rival.
She just, like, squidges herself further down into the moss. Yeah. But still, at the same time, I don't know if I could hate someone like that. She peeks one eye open, sort of slyly again. They sound like a lonely nobody, after all.
She glistens at that.
I suppose they do.
With that, Solitarius just simply relaxes, and she asks some questions about things like the clouds.
Yeah, you
and random
guys
questions
sit
that
and
pop
watch
up
the
at
clouds. It's really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I like that they are exactly describing Bad End Noctua.
Oh, God.
Eventually,
Fuck.
given enough time, Noctua does draw herself to her feet. Okay. Are you ready to move on?
Yes.
Well, I want to show you the nicest place in the entire city.
Okay. Let us go.
Full of some of the kindest people.
I see.
She starts to lead you forward, and it's funny, like Noctua over the course of today, her mood's just been improving and improving. This is the happiest Noctua's been in probably quite some time. She's 100% unspooled. She's just living her life. And, like, showing Solitarius around, having her ask these questions, she's starting to get this funny sensation of, like, yeah, an adventure's about moving on to the next part, but she's like, man, part of me's starting to actually feel that pang. Wish this could last forever. She comes into this room and knock knock. Someone's face down after a long day of work.
She's, hang on. I think, hang on one moment. Let's.
Okay.
Glasses discarded on the side, face straight into the desk. She's just like taking the quickest of naps.
Oh, she is sleeping.
Ah, I see.
Well,
Do we need to leave? Or
that would...
She kind of thinks, suddenly realizing
she's digesting.
She is digesting. Let's give her a moment.
Okay.
Noctua goes back outside. Teach, you feel like you felt the presence of someone in the room, and you like look up for a second, like, huh? But they're already gone by the time.
Okay. She just kind of laid her head back down for a moment. While it looks like she was sleeping, she was sort of in and out of it. She's kind of zoning out, staring at a desk.
And those two go somewhere else, actually. And hop, hop, hop. Noctua scales her way to the top of the school building.
Solitaire is floating up. Oh, what a view!
Yes.
It doesn't beat looking off the edge of the island, but it certainly is a nice spot.
Yes, it's a place that I've wanted to come for quite some time, actually.
She kind of floats around, flying off. She looks at the person below there. Ah, hello. Oh, she kind of floats up. It seems I have gotten so excited I am talking to other people.
Noctua looks over, as is your right. If you ever wish to communicate something, I will convey it. She reels back, hops, jumps, and then, like, jumps from roof to roof, and eventually just rests up on the tower, looking out over the university.
She floats up next to you. Ah, is this why you like this place?
No, actually.
Oh.
I've never been up here before.
Really?
Yes. Well, how do I put this? My first day in the city, I saw a group of people up here. They seemed to be having so much fun. I'm going to admit, I think that was one of the only times that I felt lonely.
Interesting. What happened that day?
She sort of laughs. A lot of wild things. I tried to manifest my powers, and they actually failed on me. A little bit like what's happening now. One of them said something very nice to me, and then my jealousy only got worse, actually.
What did they say?
She said that my eyes looked like hers.
She kind of thinks, and she looks at your eyes. Were they the same color?
I think it was in a more spiritual sense.
I understand.
It actually deeply upset me, but I didn't understand it at the time.
I see.
It's because, I saw a place that was so unwilling to welcome me. The first person reaching out, it felt almost like an insult. She says, like, looking out across the sea of green.
An insult from the person or the place? Or both? Or neither?
It felt like a joke was being played on me.
Ah, from the world.
Yes.
You tumble down the stairs, and she kind of thinks, no, I don't think it's like that. She stops mid-metaphor, cutting it off.
Instead of, I think in that moment, what I felt was confusion more than anything else. Just frustration, not knowing where I fit into things. She looks down, and it's funny. She can see it herself, like her new sensitivity, like flaring up and reanimating a memory. Someone much earlier, sitting down there, listening, ears perked up as an exchange happens up on the roof. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was lonely.
I see. And
It was not till later that that loneliness faded, was it not?
Yeah. I'm not lonely anymore, though. She says very defensively.
Ah, I see.
You ever wonder what a different version of yourself would say or do if they could see you now? Like, what if things had happened different? Would they want to become you? I don't know. I feel like I can set a good example for the people around me. But she looks down and remembers that person down there. Almost entirely different, borderline unrecognizable at this point. Wonder if she'd want to be me.
She did.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. Noctua stands up. And, I don't need anyone up here with me, to have a good time on this roof, because I have you here right now, and
Yes.
you're cooler than anyone else.
Oh, thank you very much.
And if I wanted to, I could also drag Teach up here, and she's also cooler than anyone else, so.
She just smiles at that.
Noctua's very self-conscious about moments of her own weakness. And she hops down and moves back downstairs and moves back to Teach's classroom.
Solitarius takes a moment to look at the roof and over there, the lingering bits of memory. As she steps off, she notices some commotion moving along here, some loud noise that sparked a concern, and she sees someone step up right here and wave off at the little person back there, the younger version of Noctua, just by a few weeks, a few months. And she kind of contents herself and instead floats on down.
The two come back. Hey, Teach!
She kind of sits up, huh?
Are you awake?
Yes. She
Okay.
kind of grabs around a bit, grabs her glasses, puts them back on. Wow, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm here to assist. She stops. All the papers have already been graded. Teach. You went all out for once.
She sits back. Help with what? She kind of interlocks her fingers together with an innocent expression.
That isn't fair. I'm supposed to assist you.
She kind of releases a such light little chuckle. Yes. She kind of thinks, I got cleared up just a little bit today, and honestly, I had a lot on my mind, so I just decided to double down and get it done.
Well, that's okay.
And,
I was looking forward to it. I really think I improved my test grading speed.
well, don't worry. I'm sure there'll be more stuff coming up soon, and it's just a little bit more time to. She kind of thinks a bit. Well, if you want, this is kind of another thing. I was gonna try to make up some. I'm sort of working on crafting up another study guide real fast. Something I can hand out to kind of help some of the math students, since that is not my forte. She kind of
I know math. I can do math good.
Oh, excellent! Yeah.
I'm actually an expert. On my competency test, Noctua starts to rally off, and it's funny. Teach. Noctua seems more energetic and borderline less serene than usual, but no less happy. It seems like Noctua's Noctua's having a pretty good time.
That's great. She smiles at that, and she's just like, huh. Well then, she kind of pulls out from the desk here. Okay, so, obviously, Song's the big guy for math, but I've been just trying to. I have some students and myself. I have to cover a lot of classes every once in a while, and some people were struggling recently with lack of, laid out material. I know Feather's always looking for extra guides and stuff like that are a bit more, extra notes and stuff like that. So I thought I'd just give a hand with trying to get a bit ahead on curriculum without having to bother Song with it. It's been really damn busy.
I would love to assist.
Well, if you would, then let's do it. That actually sounds like a great way to get ahead. She
then-
kind of thinks, actually,
Yeah?
she kind of puts it back for a moment. If you're absolutely filled with inspiration, we can do it now. But I just graded a shit ton of papers, and quite honestly, I would like a break if you're willing to do that instead.
I actually... She looks back at Solitarius, then looks back to Teach. I had an idea for a break.
Oh? What is it?
Yes. I was reflecting on the nature of conflict.
She kind of like, yeah.
I intend. She thinks about this. She's gonna say, to get a rival. Oh, I'm going to set something up. And instead what comes out of Noctua's mouth is, I intend to look for trouble. And that's where I'm going to cut.
Oh boy. Excellent.
Hey Mask and J-Man.
Oh boy.
Yes.
You there? You
Yeah,
ready?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm ready.
Excellent.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Let me grab some of these characters.
Boy.
And move them over to here. Hey Teach,
Yeah?
Noctua dragged you someplace.
Oh. Teach is a little curious about where Noctua is grabbing her, especially with a lead off like that. But
Over here. Noctua bowing to Vaughn. I wish
will
to
just find my place. There we are. Okay.
I wish to spar with you.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
He kind of speaks up a little. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's fine. He sits down.
Yeah, good.
Teach-
Go ahead.
She kind of crosses her arms for a moment and is just like, yes, I suppose. Yes, it makes sense. And then she's like, you want to spar with him?
Yes. The Tide's Edge have been very friendly to me lately. They've helped me deal with no gooders, do-badders. She thinks about that for a second, and it's been a while since I've had a chance to lock horns, as they say, with someone of equal power level. She says, looking at Vaughn, eye sparkling.
I can definitely get where you're coming from there. He looks at her, but I guess I gotta ask. You were looking for anybody in particular to fight, or
No, I was hoping to spend more time with you, but anyone's acceptable. I don't want to waste too much of your time, but I wish to challenge you to the best of my ability. And she stops actually. Oh, but first I wanted to thank you. She takes a step backwards and bows.
when she does that, he kind of like scratches the back of his head a little. His expression sort of softens. He honestly doesn't really know how to react to this right now. I'm gonna give him a quick roll to die, see how he feels about this.
Oh,
Interesting.
oh damn, okay.
He kind of straightens his back.
Just a heads up, he's also locked into yellow already.
Oh.
Is he? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Drop. Let's drop that and roll die again.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Same fucking roll. Oh god, okay.
He kind of like straightens up a bit and then looks at her and goes, "Thank you, but honestly, in return, I will thank you as well."
She straightens up.
Listen, as much as I would like to take all the credit for it and all that, personally, it was a collaborative effort, right?
Yes, we did coordinate fantastically back there. She looks back and forth between Vaughn and Teach. This is the first time I have ever gotten I have ever gotten along with a law enforcement figure, so I do not know what to say other than thank you for your assistance, and I wish to get to know you better. Thank you. She bows. Noctua's having a fucking crisis.
Well, he kind of looks over. Well, I guess we can go into his expression kind of narrows. The training ground.
You're taking them down to the training grounds, huh? Karsh moves around. Oh, you're lucky, and you also better say your prayers. Why is that? It's just actually kind of rare that we take guests down there.
They tend to be unnerved by the sometimes skeletons.
Yeah, we do have a few skeletons down there. He turns and looks over to Teach. Oh, wait a second. Starts snapping his fingers. I recognize you, actually.
Oh?
Yeah, you're he squints a little bit at you. Yeah, you're Julius's older sister, right?
She kind of puts up her hand. Please, I know him. But
he takes a step forward. It's like that one time you brought over food for all of us. You made like all the boys' night. Like, yeah, everyone was excited. Whenever you came by, it was a real party.
Please, thank you. But I didn't. No,
it's great to see you again. Don't be a stranger. Like everybody around these parts misses you as much as we miss him.
Oh, she kind of like she seems taken aback by that. Quite honestly, I didn't expect anybody to really remember me.
Huh?
Karsh
looks over to Vaughn and is like, "Really? I mean, so few people were like nice to us back during those days."
Mm-hmm. Honestly, you'd be surprised. Despite what you might think, the Tide remembers faces extremely well.
Yes.
She kind of she thinks back a little bit to a bit of a memory from a few months ago when she passed on by Vaughn and Karsh, both of them in a more work-based situation, and she just assumed they didn't remember her, but she kind of takes in and they were just very subtle.
No, hey Teach, you've seen Karsh recently. You were dressed as a fucking cowboy. When you saw Karsh the time before, you were dressed in a hard hat. You look at Karsh. Karsh might be a little stupid.
I see. Even deeper realization. Yes, of course. She's just like, geez. All right, I'm glad you all appreciated that so much. It was very nice to come out here. I think, honestly, the time I spent over here was very good for me, too.
Hold on. Actually, come over here. Come this way. Karsh starts to eagerly lead you along. Noctua walking over to Vaughn. Is it okay that he is he going to be training with us?
He looks over. Well, honestly, that's a coin toss, to be honest.
Karsh is like from around the giant fridge. It's like, hey, come on down this way.
Teach actually starts walking this direction. Noctua, when you came in, you sensed a sort of hesitation or otherwise around Teach. Quite literally, you sensed it. It was sensitivity. There was a sort of like, oh boy, are we gonna be doing this today? Are we gonna fight? I guess I'll sit back and. While it's not like she's like, let's fucking go, she seems to have relaxed a little bit, and she seems to be moving with curiosity towards the training room again.
Karsh opens the door for you. This ain't the training room or anything. I just, he leads you into a very, very nice dojo.
She kind of peeks in. Oh my.
Yeah, it's, honestly... Kind of like home, huh? he looks back at Vaughn for a second.
Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised. So apparently some of the old nobles back in, pre-Empty Night, had just a Raojin themed castle out there, and it was surprisingly cheap to rent back in the day.
Yeah.
He
I
kind
miss
of,
that place.
he kind of just stands here and crosses his arms. We decided to base some of the new place off of it.
Yeah. Julius was always fond of that place.
Oh yeah.
Harsh motions the room around. We made this place kind of in his honor. Nobody's as into the Raojin stuff as him, but like, I don't know. I like it. It reminds me of old times.
Mm-hmm.
Noctua takes a step into the room and starts poking around and prodding the place, and she senses a lot of memory and feeling coming from this room. Like, she starts to inhale and exhale deeply, feeling these emotions wash over her. Vaughn, describe the feeling of having, like, what feelings are circulating around this place?
Oh boy. So in the dojo specifically.
Dojo specifically, this remnant of the old tide wrapped up in the new, almost like a pearl.
Oh man, bitter nostalgia.
Oof, yeah, here's Tears theme.
There you go.
With as that kind of fills inside of you, Noctua, the presence who's been kind of silently watching the whole time kind of sparks up. Ah, another place of memories. Excellent.
She actually starts to move through the room and like feeling this bitter nostalgia building in herself. She actually takes a quick look around and like almost does her best to soak it in. We're gonna roll for her. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah, she starts to feel this sensation like dance and skip across her skin, and like based on the people here, she feels it from this person first. This feeling of like, oh god, are we doing this today too? Ah, damn, I forgot how good these people were. Shit. Like, I didn't realize they had a relationship with me. Thought it was just with Julie. Yeah, damn it, what have I been doing? A little bit. From this one, who's like, just happy to see another familiar face, but like, honestly, there's hints of somebody sort of grasping at a past that slipped between his backwards fingers. And then finally from Vaughn, this bittersweet nostalgia. If the rest of this building all represents the new tide, this fancy built gorgeous place, this small corner, this dusty dojo, represents the place that Vaughn once called home. And Noctua feels all of this at the same time. Yeah, and the slug starts to tear up in the middle of the room.
Teach kind of suddenly pops on up, and she kind of runs over. Is like, "Hey, is everything good?"
Yeah, it's certainly. Yeah, everything's good. She's like looking around the room, and Carson's like, "Whoa, sorry, are you having an allergic reaction to something in here?" Noctua screws herself up. You're all very good people. And she gets a more serious look on her face for a second, and for a moment, she feels something funny. You know, before, when she was describing herself as feeling surrounded by the tides of destiny in the world?
Yeah.
This is a story that interconnects these three people, but not her. And she takes a step back and, as an observer, simply is like, man, this shit's beautiful. Is the only way to describe it. And she manages to right herself and looks at the three of you. Thank you for showing me this place.
Yes.
Oh, you go.
Teach kind of like moves up real fast, and she kind of grabs at your sleeves and went, I mean, of course. She kind of turns over. I mean, it'd be kind of fun. We're here, right? The dojo.
We are in the dojo. Oh no. We're not ranking up this place. This is he looks over to Vaughn. We're keeping this place intact for somebody special, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I think I can get that. Okay.
Noctua starts to tear up again.
He turns around and Noctua, you feel yourself lightly bonked on the head by Teach.
Oh,
Hey
what?
now.
What was that?
You came here real excited to do something. I'm not gonna have you crying right now.
I'm still excited. I can feel two things at the same time.
She kind of looks. Is everything okay? Seriously.
I'm feeling things a little more keenly. And it's a sensation I don't understand. But it's
okay.
family.
Huh. She kind of thinks a bit. Yeah, I suppose it is. She kind of thinks a little bit about that herself. Well,
That still won't slow me down, though. I'm going to beat everyone at sparring. She's like wiping her nose.
She,
What do you say? Oh, go ahead.
yeah, no, you go.
When she says that, Vaughn hears, which, by the way, I want to point out as a side thing.
Yeah.
It's really funny when you imagine this scene and you realize that Vaughn is very short.
Yeah.
Just saying, it's really funny.
Yeah, these two are very short. These two are very tall.
But Vaughn, upon hearing go, I'm gonna beat everybody in sparring. Vaughn goes, ha! I like your spirit. You got some gusto to you. He goes, well then, if you're eager to get going, he clenches a fist. Then let us move to the basement.
Noctua's spirit flares up next to you, Teach. She's like, okay, very well. I'm excited to do this. And then she looks at you, Teach. But I'll have you know, I'm not going to go easy, even on you.
Oh, well, okay. That's nice to know. She just like, I believe we've already established in Dodgeball that it's a terrible idea.
I believe we have also established in Dodgeball that when push comes to shove, I will be the victor.
She kind of puts her thumbs up. Absolutely right.
I sense an aura from you right now.
And she smiles. Don't slack off.
Why
You have
am
to
I-
understand that if you lose, that means that you absolutely weren't giving it your all.
Vaughn internally over here, he's not even saying that, he's saying this to himself internally, going, I sense spite.
You all move downstairs. Thump, 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 thump. Everybody moves down. Let me grab any other assistants. I'm gonna pop in. Throw these two in. Doink and doink. And let me swap over to some more dramatic music for this. Yeah, this one. You come to the training grounds.
Ooh.
Welcome to our basement, also the training grounds.
Oh, where are the skeletons? It's back there, don't look. If I win, am I allowed to look? I mean...
Oh, you see, that's the thing, actually, Vaughn raises his voice. Us here in the Tide have a bit of a tradition when it comes to sparring, actually.
Oh?
You see, the winner gets to request a favor from whoever loses.
Oh. Ha.
There you go. She kind of like nudges your shoulder a bit. You get to see some skeletons if you won.
That isn't what I would request, but if I have to settle for skeletons, I will.
You can kind of request whatever, and hey, you might be fighting multiple people. You can request multiple things, you know?
Oh. Okay. In that case, yes, I will gladly challenge anyone and everyone.
Oh, really? Vaughn goes, you sure you want to do that?
Yes, I think I'm more than up to the challenge. Vaughn, you square her up instantly. This person's strong, you've seen her fight. You're pretty sure you can kick her ass.
Vaughn actually kind of smiles at her raw, just like determination here. All right, let's see you fight. Raises hands, air quotes, everyone in this room.
Everyone in this room.
He looks over at Teach actually. Yo, you wanna team up with her or something?
Teach thinks for a moment, and she's like, yes, I should team up with her. That would square this fight up. And then her voice says something different. Well, she did want to try a round against everyone in the room, didn't she? And for a second, it's like, why did I just say that? And she's like, how about 2 bouts? One for warm-up, where Noctua can try going against everyone, and then we can square off.
Yes. This will be simple. She's pretty confident, huh?
Seems like it. Well, all right then. He looks at Noctua. Out of everyone in this room, who do you want to fight first?
I will take you on all at the same time.
I see.
That's what she said she wanted.
She squares herself up and like puffs out her cheeks and then stands over here. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, why not? All right.
Solitaire raises up her wing like she's going to give a, match starting thing, but she's only going to wave it down once someone else initiates the match, since only Noctua will see it.
Hey, Noctua bounces on her heels. This will be a good warm-up. And everybody roll to die.
Okay, here.
Mask, you participate? Oh.
This guy actually went over and got into position by the first aid supplies.
That makes sense.
Wow. Roll
Vaughn.
low, really. So
Yeah.
low.
Vaughn gets to go. Oh God. Let's see. Teach, yeah, you're in that. You gotta still change your sheet and everything
Yeah,
to like
I
match with
do.
your scores.
Yes, there we go.
Let's do I'm just gonna look in red. And then oh boy, Noctua, you're gonna die. Why do you like this? Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, here I go. That isn't right.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Vaughn speaks up while everybody rolls the die. Nice red donut, Sam. Covered in the blood of your enemies, I see. Vaughn speaks up. Just so that we're not tripping over each other's feet here, I'm gonna go ahead and say, instead of just this small little arena here, we can make use of the entire ground level, alright?
Alright.
You have more than tripled my powers.
Good.
Yeah, good! Karsh jumps at her.
And we're starting.
Solitarius throws her hands up.
Yeah,
Holy
and the match
shit.
begins.
Yeah,
So-
Karsh,
Harsh
Oh.
goes first, give it a go.
here goes Karsh's giving it a go. This
see.
is a clash.
Oh!
Karsh is like, okay, ready, go, and Noctua's like, I will easily defeat everyone in this room. She deals, Karsh goes in, and Noctua just grabs him in a fucking martial artist stance and throws his ass back and over here. He slams into the jail cells. If we were limited to the arena, that would have been a victory for me. A shame. Sam charges forward. And
Oh, Sam.
oh, and then Sam is going to add 1d6 to this to sacrifice a donut.
Donut!
Oh no!
He rolls a 1 for a 10, and then Noctua hops up on her. She summons a spear, throws it at the ground, and then hops up on it, and then wheels and kicks Sam out of the way for 5 damage. And she lands, and you two are like, wait, what the fuck?
Not bad.
Noctua's gonna go, and she's going after Teach first.
All right, let's see what happens.
She's gonna move with wholehearted feelings and come in and square up. Actually, no, wait. It was Sam's go. Sam's gonna popcorn it to Teach.
All right. And there's like the moment that she popped him out, she tossed him and she turns over. In that moment, Teach was already approaching. Already up in her face, she's going to try to go in to give her a hit. Let's see what happens. Yes. Teach immediately moves in, and then as she turns back around, just still big smile on her face, she moves forward with like a palmed strike and knocks Noctua straight back, dealing 4 damage and hitting her outside of the arena spot. And she's like, "You said you wanted to fight us all at once, so obviously we've got to go in all at once, right?"
I guess. Noctua's going to close in and try to hit Teach now. This is with the black stat, so no clashy.
Alrighty.
Roll to die versus that. You do
Damn,
not
okay,
succeed.
actually-
Swapping in red?
I'm gonna swap in. No, we're gonna swap in blue, which isn't gonna count on the sheet, but is going to get a bonus, which I'll pass with.
Okay, excellent. So, yeah, you managed to evade the attack.
I know exactly how I do it. Teach, with perfect timing, seems to dodge by. Noctua's like, "Huh? Where did she go?" And she turns around, and Teach is eating a popsicle. She's licking on a popsicle of a very depressing-looking figure.
That's weird.
She just kind of seems to be there. "No, come on, keep hitting me. Come on. You're doing great."
I think I am doing great. Thank you very much.
She nods her head.
Vaughn, it's your go.
Oh boy, so what happens here is Vaughn actually takes a sword stance. He readies up, he slides one leg back, lowers the other leg forward, and reaches down and puts his hand on the hilt of his blade. Then he actually takes it out halfway through, then immediately slams it back in. Suddenly Noctua feels an intense wave of force drag her into him.
Oh boy, rolling to die versus your doom.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah, what happens here is, as you continue to go straight towards him, when you get close enough to him, he then once again quickly unsheaths the sword, slamming the hilt straight into your stomach, and then resheaths it as you knock back.
Noctua just thump. She rolls across the ground. That was so cool. Her eyes light up.
Thanks. It's called the undertow style.
Oh, I don't know what that means. Can you teach me? Everybody drop.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Vaughn's not. Oh, wait, he would.
Let me drop.
There we go. That's better.
Sam.
All right. No problem. Gotta roll a die now, right? Let's do that.
Peach isn't taking this seriously.
Peach is
No.
not taking this even remotely seriously.
Oh, God.
Yeah, let's do that for you. And Noctua, this for you. Makes sense for you. Oh, Karsh, you loser. You always go first. Very correctly. Karsh is going to sprint forward like a feral animal, this time spinning and kicking up a lot of dirt, also splashing you, Teach.
Okay.
You're like, my popsicle.
The popsicle. She holds the popsicle up while he passes, and then lowers it back low, and
Karsh charges at Noctua, and she sweeps his leg and flips him over, sending him cascading back across the ground. He face plants.
Karsh passes it to me. Karsh passes it to me.
Karsh passes it to you.
Karsh moves forward and attacks, and Teach kind of lifts the popsicle up in the air, and the blow of wind and pure force blasts back her lab coat and everything, and she kind of like leans a bit forward to fight back against the force, and then, keeping momentum, kind of ducks down low and kind of comes behind, and she flicks a popsicle into her mouth, takes a little chunk of a bite on it, and then she bonks Noctua in the back of the head with her fist. Well, let's see if that works. Yeah. And I'll keep that in mind. And, okay. All right, that's
Not
that's.
succeed.
Oh, no, actually no. It's yes, you're right. No, yes. I feel like I know how. She bonks you in the back of the head. You feel nothing. Your hair is a natural pillow.
You attempt to bonk Noctua, and you realize something. Your hair, your hand sinks into her memory foam-like hair. This is not the same angle with which you can easily grab
No.
Doinkers.
She must have positioned her head perfectly.
Noctua, from her hand, is going to create a string of webbing and force herself backwards to then bonk you, Teach. Actually, wait, no, it's popcorn. You choose
Yes.
who you pass.
No, she gets to. She can
Okay.
bonk me. She deserves it at this point.
Here comes the bonk.
All right, let's see.
Die.
Oh God, I'm getting.
God.
No, it's a
fucking
clash.
It's a clash.
It's a
Oh,
clash,
you're right.
Teach.
Damn, you're right. Shit, I can't beat
fuck.
that. That's
You
just
can
really
still
good.
also crit. Die.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Teach,
Teach is
you would-
dead.
Teach, you attempt to do the thing that you're like, haha, this would be funny if I grab Noctua's head, Doinkers. And her eyes ignite, and she just rockets backward, full of a fucking vicious energy you did not expect from her. Teach, you are instantly removed from the fight, because that is, 9, 11 damage, doubled 22, doubled again, 44 damage.
Yes.
Narrate Noctua blowing you the fuck up with her spear.
She turns around and Teach's like, this is fun. And then Noctua, in a different game right now, returns back, flings the spear, and Teach is sent flying, her lab coat like fluttering in the wind, as she gets knocked straight into the prison cell, the gate slamming open, then closing shut. And she just hits the wall, and the breath is blocked like out of her for a moment. And then a single popsicle impales itself on the ground like a sword graveyard. And she looks up and she's like, here again anyways, huh?
Oh my god!
Noctua spins the spear around and she's like, this is great, I'm really getting into it. Vaughn, it's your go.
Yeah, no, Vaughn, watching her do that, kind of like actually is stroking his goatee and goes, huh, it's actually really interesting. Have you ever considered that? You ever considered what your fighting style might be?
No, I mostly go with the flow.
I see. Let's talk about that later, as he
Okay.
scoots Karsh over. He goes, well, you wanted to see how that technique worked, right?
Yes, I want to see it clearly.
Alright then, watch closely. He's gonna do it again. This is going to clash Noctua.
Oh, okay, so Noctua's like, yes, I will simply defeat the clash. She is going to roll to do versus it, and then something happens.
Oh yeah. What happens here is they both roll 2, and then Noctua's like, yes, I will watch it. And she actually does pretty good. She's
like,
no, she
I
beat
can-
it by
I
she
can
beat
do
it by
this.
1, and then whoosh. As hold on, let me just
That same sensation.
yeah. Vaughn locks in red and immediately goes to swing down on top of her.
Oh no. And I believe you get a bonus for that.
Yeah. Roll the die against that.
You fucking, like, for a second Noctua's like, yes, I can grasp this technique. It is easy. And, you slice, warp behind her in an instant, and then with one long chop, you deal 16 damage to her. And she's like,
Did
you
see it
hear,
that time?
what was that?
It was the same technique, but done a little differently.
It was done extremely differently. You're behind me now, and you're wide open. Holy shit. Sam moves in like a fucking flash of lightning and just drop kicks Noctua for 7 damage as she rolls along the ground through Solitarius. What was that? It was called teamwork and coordination. Good job distracting her, Karsh. So whatever. Karsh gets himself back up. I'm gonna get you this time. Next round. Karsh, gotta. Actually, you gotta.
Oh, why not?
Noctua's gonna fucking die.
Don't worry, she might crit Karsh again.
Yeah, Karsh is gonna rush at Noctua again. Here it comes! Oh, Karsh rolls pretty good. Noctua's prepared for Karsh this time. She lowers her spear and is going to disperse what appears to be some sort of powerful blessing. You feel the wisdom of Shinpei fill the room. Snail wisdom is reserved only for her and her invisible cheerleader.
Yes.
Still, wisdom is not enough. Karsh slices through her for 14 damage. Ah, oh my god. Noctua drops to her knees. Okay, not yet, not yet. She's gonna hop up, jump back, and try to beat up Karsh. She tries to drive her spear into him. Karsh, however, fucking will not be defeated this day. She like whirls back around trying to get back at him, and he's like, I think you need to understand something about me. I'm sort of the punching bag of the tide. You're just wasting your time trying to attack me. She takes a swing, and he sidesteps her and just leaves this long gash along her arm.
Oh.
Ow, ow, ow. Oh, your arms are metal, huh? Yes, that would have hurt a lot. My bad. What you call it? Sam walks forward. Hey, can I give this one a shot?
Oh yeah, go for it.
I'm going for it. Sam starts to run in, and he's going to he's gonna put another donut into this.
Ooh.
Oh, Sam, my dude.
Donuts weren't very fresh today, huh?
The donuts were not fresh at all today. Yeah. Sam charges forward. He's like, don't worry, I got this. He takes a bite of another donut, charges forward, and having sacrificed his last donut, Noctua he walks up and Noctua just slaps him in the face. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm out, whatever. And he backs off, and Noctua's like, panting pretty heavily, looks up to Vaughn. Okay, ready for it.
Oh, you want me to do it again?
Yeah, hit me with it again.
Alright. He's going to roll the do versus her. You have to roll the dice unless he's changing swing.
She lets herself go. She drops her swing.
Alright.
Breathing heavily, she tries, to the best of her ability, to survive this next hit.
You know, he once again pulls out the sword and then sheaths it, and then she gets sucked in yet again.
Okay, let's maximize it. See what we got with the Shinpei bonus. 6, 6, 6, 6, 24, 5, 29 exactly. 29 is exactly the value as in this moment, you do the suction, and Noctua is going to activate Valiant Heart and hang on with exactly 1 HP, making the roll to die dead even with a 29. The attack hits her and bounces, and she's still standing. And then she recovers 1 HP. Wait. I think I got it that time. I think I got it.
Yeah, you're getting the hang of it. Why don't you try it yourself?
Okay. She draws herself up and she's gonna re-roll. That is not an attack. Oh wait, no, she attacked already. Nope, that is not a valid crit. I meant to roll to die. That would have been the hype as shit. Noctua is going to try the same technique. Oh boy, reset at the start of the round. Okay.
You know what? he's not gonna try to cross counter her. He's gonna let her do it.
Okay. Karsh's gonna try to be a bastard and beat her up first, though.
Oh, Karsh.
Karsh's like, yeah, try the technique, swings. And then is bodily flipped over.
Oh.
Karsh's like, yeah, no, this will be fun. Yeah, try the technique. Tries to hit Noctua. She hooks him with the bottom of the spear and just flings him. He slams into the fucking grate, also KO'd. Okay. He's going to focus all of her energy in on her spear. And it's funny, it collapses backwards into her arm for a second. Create some sort of a vacuum, then follow up in an instant. It should theoretically be possible for someone like me. She tries to do this technique, but this technique is closer to one that Shinpei might use. This technique is for somebody smaller, somebody of on-site. It is a big person. Okay, I need to compensate. Restructure the arm, rebuild everything on the fly. It should be simple. She's going to give it a roll.
Hey, that's really good.
Good, actually.
Yeah, no, he's gonna roll the die.
Out a dice for a special here.
Yeah, no, you beat his roll to die.
She manages to. Vaughn, you see it in a second. She puts her hand at her side. Her fingers crack for a second, creating that same form of webbing. And in a moment, you see the bowstring dart out, hooking the ground behind you. It catches you by the leg and pulls you in, and she wheels one of her legs around, the spear traveling with it in her other hand. It dives forward and jabs you. You slide backwards across the ground, taking a grand total of, this would be, I think that caps. Yeah, that would be 15 damage.
Nice. Yeah, no, Vaughn takes a hit, and actually he lets out a pretty sturdy as he drives back and actually slams against the cell wall. He goes, pretty good. Really
Thank
good,
you.
even, actually. And,
It's your go.
yeah, no, he's actually gonna swap his dice now.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. He re-straightens his back, and you kind of hear like a pretty loud popping of him like re-straightening his spine after that. And he once again holds the sword in his hand, and then he just, in a fucking instant, Noctua blinks, and he's just immediately in her fucking face. And he's down below her. He doesn't even do the technique he did before. He just goes for a straight up no holds bar slash.
Okay, excellent. This would be a clash, and then does something happen?
Yes.
Okay. Let's give this a shot. Okay, so this would be when she clashed. Okay, so
Yeah.
she's like, yes, I've got this again. I've outdone this man. This
Yeah.
will be simple. No.
As he then once again swaps back to red.
Oh boy. Okay.
And now he rolls the do and roll the die, Noctua.
Yep, beat a 20.
Yep. Oops, that is the wrong number.
Yep. Slice. The attack travels through, and Noctua falls. Thump.
Nice.
Thump. Oh. I lost. Noctua seems visibly frustrated. And
Vaughn
then
actually walks up a bit and looks at her. You gotta admit, though, pretty impressive. If you haven't noticed, you got rid of 3 out of the 4 people you were tussling with.
Teach is clapping in the back.
You know what? That's true. Thank you for the lesson. She actually bows her head.
You're welcome.
I feel like I learned a lot during that engagement. Your teamwork was
Yeah.
quite something.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking about it a little bit, watching you fight. I think you got a pretty interesting style to you there.
Really?
Yeah. You got like a, how would I call it? He kind of thinks to himself for a little bit. I'm gonna drop his swing, actually. He kind of, he scratches his goatee again and goes, yeah, I guess I'd call it a, the odds are against you style or something like that, right?
Oh my god! Nakua's entire existence lights up. She starts vibrating at a frequency you've never seen before. Solitarius, you start to radiate fucking light.
Yeah. Ah, that radiated with your soul quite well, didn't it?
The odds are against me, Style.
Yeah, because you saw it there. You were outnumbered. Quite frankly, you were kicking a bunch of ass.
Yes, that's... You're so correct. How do I build on this? What can I do next with this? She's borderline hyperventilating with the wisdom that was just deployed at her. Whoa, it's been a while since I've seen something like this happen.
Yeah.
Karshlik looks down at her. What, he blow your mind or something? Yes! Oh, huh, cool. Karshlik looks up to you, Yvonne, and gives you like a thumbs up, like, yeah, good work. Sam over here is just like, I'm gonna go upstairs.
Oh, it sounds like you've got some self-study to do now.
Yes, she thinks deeply. Looking at Vaughn. Well, I lost the match. What is your request of me?
He actually thinks pretty deeply on that. I want a conversation
Ooh.
with
Oh.
her. He points at Teach.
She like, huh? She kind of like, oh, what is that? I mean, she kind of like scratches the back of her head. I mean, absolutely, I don't mind, but
Noctua stands up even after you've already agreed. Teach.
She stops. Yes, Noctua?
I have to ask you a most important favor.
She kind of like puts two fingers on her chin. What is it?
I have wagered my very pride on this. As such, I must request of you something as my friend.
She kind of thinks. Well, since you did beat me, anything.
Okay, well, you have to acquiesce with his demand of having a conversation. Also, that doesn't count as my request of you.
She kind of like, all right, fine.
I still get the request something additional.
Okay.
This one is the favor.
Well, if it's a favor, I'll do it for free.
Thank you. I knew you'd understand. She turns back around to Vaughn. She's agreed to the terms of the contract.
Thank you. He looks up at Teach. Let's meet like somewhere like in a day or two.
She thinks, oh yeah, absolutely. I would love to.
Noctua seems relieved. And now, in terms of the prizes that I get from all of you, Karsh is like, wait, our team won though, but I beat you personally.
She did beat 3 of you.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes.
looks like Sam ran off before you got your request from him.
I will catch up to him. I will suffer no evil, and justice will be properly rendered.
Oh.
Karsh is like, yeah, sure. What do you want? In the future, yeah? Could you let me into your building? Okay. He like looks over to you, Vaughn. That cool, boss?
Oh yeah, why not?
Excellent. I now have a way in. She takes a step over this way, and Karsh is like, yeah. No. That was fun.
Teach kind of looks over. Thank you both for clearing time for us.
No problem. He kind of just raises up a hand.
Noctua looks at Teach dead on in the face.
Of course. She kind of like puts her hands together and kind of bows a little bit. What do you need of me?
Your energy.
My
Last fight was very
my
cool.
energy? She kind of thinks, oh.
I'm not asking for your energy. I'm complimenting
okay.
it. I was mid-thought.
She kind of like, oh, thank you, I guess. Yeah.
You were full of a power.
Hmm.
I will also demand a conversation.
Oh, well, looks like I've got a busy schedule. Absolutely.
Right now.
Oh, she thinks. She kind of puts her hands on her hips for a moment.
You can talk in the bone room if you want.
Oh, I want to go see the bone room.
Which one?
All
There's
right.
2 of them.
She stops. Both.
that Solitarius is about to speak, and she puts her wings down. Yes, both sounds excellent.
Both sounds good. And they scoot around Tide HQ, and Nocto opens the door and just bone room. They make
Bone room.
creatures this big?
Excellent. Ooh.
Are
Teach looks
these-
inside.
Are these legs? Are these feet? Is that a head?
She kind of
what
looks
was
inside,
this?
and Teach actually is like, oh, this must be where they kept all the treasures. Huh.
If all of the treasures were bones.
Yeah. Noctua,
Yes.
come here.
Okay.
She kind of stops and she points out some of the stuff in here. Did you ever know what the tide used to do?
No, never did.
Oh, so she kind of like, so the tide themselves, before all of this like new stuff in Indigo happened, the tide were a monster hunting group. They went out and hung the biggest beasts that were troubling the countryside. They're a little different than other ones though, but of course everyone has their own culture. Every monster hunting group does things a different way. The important thing is, she kind of points around at this room. A lot of the big bones you see in here are probably things they claimed. Trophies, stuff like that.
Oh. I did sense something
Mm-hmm.
in Vaughn's fighting style.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was just because he was short. But I think he's used to fighting things much bigger than himself.
Oh. She's like, she kind of like, I guess we've been around a lot of tall people. But like, yeah, no, bigger, much bigger than
Yes.
people sized.
Noctua says under her breath, Teach, very briefly, anyone shorter than me is short.
She kind of goes over and she pinches one of your doinkers and pulls it a little bit. Perspective is very important, Noctua.
Yes.
You
it
should
is.
always realize that what you might consider short might actually be quite tall.
That's very profound.
It's not just profound, it's something you should keep in mind when you're studying styles. After all, you've got one to make yourself, don't you?
That's important, yes.
If someone describes this is a style for tall people, they might be describing someone who's only, like, might even be a couple inches shorter than you. Maybe a decent bit shorter. So, maybe you might need to keep careful with that. A few steps for someone's gonna be different than you, right?
That's pretty important. I
Mhm.
must understand the world of short people.
she pulls a tiny bit harder and then lets go and then pats you on the head. All right, what you want to talk about?
Oh, could we maybe do it over ribs?
She thinks. Over ribs, huh? How could I decline?
With that, Noctua's gonna deliver on a promise. Thank you, J-Man, so much.
That was
Thank
great.
you, Mask, so much. Thank you
Yeah.
for giving Noctua against the odds style. She's so in love
Yeah.
with this.
Special thanks to Karsh for
Mhm.
nearly ending my life
Yeah.
emotionally.
Yeah, I had a great time. That was
Yeah.
fucking wonderful.
Yeah.
Ribs.
Actually, yes, this is perfect. She's floating around here. She's inspecting her.
Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
as I was saying, that energy.
Yeah.
How would you describe it? How would you
Hmm.
describe the energy that wells up within you?
Oh, She sits a bit, leaning forward onto the bench a little bit and just kind of, well, it's a lot of fun. It was having fun.
Yes. Did you feel you had anything to prove to me during that fight?
No, not really.
Good. She nods. Were you considering the implications of heroism during that fight.
She kind of thinks, no, not really.
Were you trying to stand up and become your greatest self during that fight?
No.
Excellent. Then you fulfill all of the criteria of being my rival.
she just chortles. What are you talking about?
It's very important.
She kind of like, oh, I mean, I guess? What? For what? Like,
No, listen, I constantly strive to be the best person I could possibly be. You're that strong even when you aren't striving. There's no better touchstone to test my ideals.
Noctua, just... I appreciate the compliment. I can tell you mean that earnestly. I don't think it's like, I think it's a lot simpler than that. I was just trying to relax, and I mean, I don't think I was... Look, I got knocked straight out. I don't think that's too strong. That's what you're looking for.
No, it was very strong. And the fact that you were just trying to relax in the middle of a fight means you are well suited to the role.
She's like, okay, I think you'll need a little more testing before you can say I'm your rival on that front. That fight might have been a bit of a poor read on what I'm like most of the times. That was a bit of a... She kind of like... I was just trying it out, actually. I think the big reason is like... I was trying something different. So by saying that's enough to be my rival, I feel like that would be a bit of a mischaracterization of like your rival himself. It's like picking a rival off of Sorry, this conversation is very interesting. She's just kind of like scratches her chin a bit. I think if your point is that you feel our energies are opposite in a fight, that's interesting. Maybe that might be true, but I'm not sure. Usually that's not how I am in a fight.
Well, you were trying it for just today, correct?
Yes, so
then
I suppose today I'm your rival.
That is adequate. Not to a nods.
What do you mean? Adequate for what?
She looks over to Solitarius. I
I
promised you a conversation, potentially with a rival.
You promised me a conversation? Yes, you did promise me a conversation.
I did.
I see. Oh, okay.
Noctua looks back over to Teach. A lot of strange things have been happening with me lately. And this might sound out of the ordinary, but I've been able to see things that nobody else has reacted to. One of which is a dear, important friend of mine. Teach, this sounds weirdly familiar, yeah?
Yeah. Huh. That's... Can you elaborate a bit more?
Yes, well, I had an imaginary friend when I was a kid. Noctua literally lays out the entirety of Solitarius for, Teach. And finishing up, she goes, and especially recently, I've been able to almost see and interact with her. And one of her requests was being able to speak to someone important to me. And even if it's only for today, you are my rival, so...
She kind of like takes that in for a second and is just like, huh. Wow. She kind of thinks about that a bit more. Well, that is quite the request, though. She kind of looks... Is that why you've been a little off today?
I've been off?
She kind of thinks that. No, actually, that's not quite the way to put it. You haven't been off. In fact, I think you've been just as you as ever. In fact, I think you've been very outward and very excited today, and I've liked
puffed up with pride.
I suppose it's just like, she stops. Noctua.
Yes.
Back in dojo, did you feel that too?
Yes, I did.
She's kind of like, oh my goodness. Can you can you run me through the last few days you've had, please?
Noctua does so, sparing no details.
A good couple of, like a good hour probably passes as she goes down this rabbit hole, and
Yes.
she's just like,
And in fact, before I found you, I was engaged in a life or death battle right down there.
she stands up, watches over, and she's like, oh my god, that's, something about that. Stop the music real fast, Noctua.
Yeah.
Something about that response was a little off. It's like, it wasn't that bad. Maybe she's impressed by, how cool you were. But you kind of peek over, and as you look back over here, Noctua, you see something a bit unsettling. It's not there anymore. If you got any weird music,
Yes, I
like
do.
that fucking midnight interval ass Fate Stay Night shit.
I do.
Okay, good. Oh, it's not playing for me.
It certainly is playing for me if you want to
Then
refresh.
that's all that matters, yes. You go and peek over Teach's shoulder, and as you look over into the graveyard, you witness a lot more than you left. It's from exactly where you guys were standing, and by the bench and everything there, it really wasn't anything too much to note, because there's nothing really standing out. There's no one there. There's no noise. It's actually very quiet. And that's when you realize that that's because standing over there is numerous jutting craters? No, that's not quite right. It seems as there's multiple points within the ground that something weird has happened to disturb the ground. There was a fight here, but a fight beyond yours. Something a lot more calamity-inducing occurred immediately after. It's almost like something else fought here as well. In the moment that you went under, the fight continued for quite some time. Though you fled, you assume that's what happened again. But what happened here? As you look across, you almost get like a sick feeling as you stare across. Like, it's such a weird feeling. Such a weird thing to draw back to. It's like drinking poison.
She looks back on that. That could have been me.
She turns around and she's a little concerned. She's like, "And you're, I'm sorry. I'm a little worried, I guess." She kind of like holds onto your shoulders a bit and looks at you. You sure are you feeling good right now?
Yes, I'm actually feeling very well.
Okay.
Looking at that makes me feel sick, but
yeah, me too. Let's walk away from that for a second.
okay.
She moves over and she kind of like, are you so you're feeling okay? Your arms are everything's all right?
They haven't given me very much trouble. As you can see, I'm still in tip-top fighting shape. Oh,
She kind of
stops.
breathes out the nose a little. Yeah,
They are encroaching slowly, though.
I know. You had mentioned that.
Yes.
Teacher's basically caught up to all of TSS.
Yes.
Perhaps a few less, not probably as accurate as detail, but all the base events. Maybe removed a bit from the extreme sensitive feeling. Now, she might have felt a little bit, but
Yeah.
continuing on, she's like, "I see. Gosh, that's a lot. I'm glad you're doing okay with the arms. I hope if you need any help, please let me know."
She nods.
She stops a bit, and she's kind of really fast. She grabs her hands and she claps her cheeks. Music stopped, and she's like, "No, it's fine. You're gonna be fine. You're absolutely gonna be fine. And if you weren't, well, you could always come my way, and I'd give you a hand anyways, so it's fine."
she just nods.
Yeah. She kind of leans back a bit and then rightens herself on the bench. Yeah. So, man, I. So, I felt like we kept them waiting for a bit. I gotta admit, when you first started describing it, I felt a little concerned because, not because I'm worried about your friend, more just because well, sensitivity stuff, and I don't have the best experience with scenes. I never had an imaginary friend. I have seen stuff before that's been a little after sensitivity, and it's a whole mess. It doesn't matter. You know what? Sure. She adjusts her glasses, and there's a shimmer for a second there. This isn't here nor there, nor about that nor this. And then she adjusts her glasses back to a normal position. Let's talk to your friend. Why not?
Thank you.
Yes.
She sits down. Okay. Any words that you want to communicate, speak to me, and I will convey them.
Ah, okay. I spent some time thinking for a little bit. So, I do have a first question to ask.
Okay, very first question to ask.
Very first question to ask. She uh she initially just kind of turns over and she stares at Teach for a moment. Teach just kind of looking at Noctua directly, not really getting this sort of engagement.
First, tell her to look in my direction.
Okay, first, look in her direction. Noctua moves and then hunches down exactly here.
Oh, okay.
If you're
she
looking
turns
at
her
my
head and
eyes
looks.
right now, you are looking at hers. Okay.
Okay. She kind of stares forward a little bit, and she she turned and very seriously she's like, "What food makes you cry?"
What food makes you cry?
She stops and then she kind of chuckles a little bit. Oh, okay. I don't think food makes me cry too much. I did have a few. She kind of thinks a bit. Okay, so this is a pretty old story. I don't think I've told you about this, Noctua, and I definitely haven't told your friend. So, okay, a long, long time ago. I think I was God. I was like 19, I think. This was a long time ago. I was wandering a bit, and I had so prior to this, I was used to like really hard foods, you know, like the you know what I mean, the root stuff, like all that kind of crap.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
vegetables and intense breads.
Yeah, that's it. The intense breads. So I was wondering a bit, and even after that, so that was just because like where I grew up and what we ate there. But I spent some time in recovery for a little bit, and so we only were able to eat hospital food, and hospital food, at least up in Bluebell, is pretty ass. So
do
at
not
least it
curse.
was.
Continue. Do not curse around my imaginary friend. Please continue.
She kind of put her palm in her head. Okay. So, anyways, I was on the road, and I remember I stopped by. I was just walking by, and I eventually found there's just a corner of the way bread joint, just random bakery, like dime a dozen place in around the entire country, entire world. It was the first time I ever had like soft, freshly baked bread, and yeah, I cried. I cried a lot. Oh, it was something. I think I remember. Yeah, that's like that's still in here. She kind of points at her head. Tons of other stuff comes and goes, but that's there, like always. that bread and these ribs and a lot of other fun meals like that.
Yes. Similarly, I will always remember the salmon that I cried over with my dear friend.
You cried over salmon?
I mean, yeah, you told the story about how the salmon swims upstream against the tide, and like they try so hard, and like I don't know, we've got that myth up in Xiphos that a big fish is gonna jump up and devour the whole island, and I really wanted to root for the salmon, you know, but
Yeah.
wound up it.
Okay.
It's very sad. Yeah, so I cried in a restaurant. I'm not proud of it.
Excellent. This is very interesting.
But my friend finds it very interesting, and that's good enough for me.
He's just kind of like, I see, I gotcha. Well, it's very, yeah. So when did you, can I ask a question of your friend?
Of course. Wait, no, let me ask her.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What's the most embarrassing story you have about Noctua?
No.
Solitarian
no.
speaks up.
There are no embarrassing stories. Noctua is always incredible.
There's no embarrassing stories. Noctua is always incredible.
Teach looks. Yeah, but what did they say?
I mean, no, that's what they said. I would never lie.
Let me reword that then. What's the most inspiring thing Noctua told you as a kid?
Yes,
Solitarius.
that's a very good question.
All right, Jay, tell me a very embarrassing story.
Oh my god. Okay. So Noctua, Solitarius, yeah. Oh boy. So for the sake of it, I am going to do this as if Solitarius were saying it to Noctua, and Noctua has to repeat it aloud.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Solitarius starts saying things, Noctua.
Noctua starts to speak up. Okay, this is from when she was, I think, yeah, I was 13 around then. Yeah, that sounds about right. She's conversing with the invisible person. And I hadn't quite hit my growth spurt yet. But no, not that one. Noctua stares out.
You gotta tell me.
Okay. She looks back over. Well, I during this time I was big into I made my own she fucking flushes. I made my own little sidekicks, I bet you could say.
Your own sidekicks, huh?
Yeah, I made my own sidekicks. And
So she turns her head over here again. So tell me about these sidekicks.
well, they were all really they were all great. Noctua says, looking up to Solitarius. They were I knitted them myself. I spent a lot of time on them, and I drew faces on them, and it was then my guardian told me it was embarrassing to be playing with toys, but she straightens up and like pulls her skirt down a little bit more, writes her collar, but I guess it was a fit of rebellion or rage, but I decided I was going to go out, and I went out to the temple the same as I always did, and I set up all my little sidekicks around, and I played out an entire myth that I invented myself, in which I was the hero. And I made lots of friends, and I defeated a big dragon, and the only thing watching me were my little stuffed friends. And
And Solitarius finishes up by just being like, and it was so incredible because it was like she was both fighting back against those who would take away her true purpose, and she was also creating a new purpose. She was winning on 2 levels.
yes, I was. She like cringes down. That's what I believed so firmly at the time. But that was the 1 week in which they were visiting monks in Noctua's temple. She like scrunches down and puts her head in her hands. There were actual visitors from Raoji. They were traveling the world, and I heard them all laughing at one point, and I knew I wasn't alone.
You look up, expecting the laughter, and you look across at Teach, and she's just...
And instead of saying, no, Noctua, you are vastly misrepresenting how many people Shinpei could fight at once. One of my stuffed sidekicks was Shinpei. You are vastly overestimating how many people Shinpei could fight at once, or how cool he'd say you are, or how he'd cook you good meals. Noctua starts to fucking hyperventilate. They said, please continue. We want to hear what our namesake, best represented. She starts to breathe relatively heavily. I was so embarrassed. I swore I'd never show my face in front of another follower of the snail god again.
Oh,
They
about to crack.
They said I was a great performer, and I had a wild imagination, and my understanding of Shinpei was great. And admittedly, he was a very powerful warrior, but it was questionable whether or not he had an 8-pack.
Oh.
And they asked questions about who all of my other sidekicks were. Like the other characters I made up, they had questions about Solitarius, and they also had questions about my other friends. And I didn't have many friends at the time, so Shinpei and Solitarius were my only friends. And I guess it felt it was inspiring, she says, looking over to Solitarius. It
was very inspiring
to see people so influenced by my own interpretation of Shinpei. For me, it was mortifying.
Oh. Solitarius is like, why? They seem so interested.
It was, I had to explain why I thought an older man could potentially be that physically fit, and at the same time, I had to explain how my original character was also stronger than him at the same time and could beat him up. So also, I felt like I was culturally disrespecting someone, and then I was also a character in this story, and something stops and clicks with Noctua. Teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Those tears come back.
Oh.
She starts to just fucking well up again over ribs.
The teacher's like, hey, what's wrong this time?
And they were my loving family.
Oh.
And that's it. She just goes dead silent.
Oh. Teach likes... Oh. Teach is very silent on that side, and she kind of like...
She starts eating the ribs entirely, wholeheartedly.
She kind of scoots out. Hey, scoot over. Come on.
These are really good.
They are really good. Enough to make you cry, huh?
Yep.
The only reason you're crying, because
yeah.
they're so tasty, aren't they?
These ribs are really good, and that was a
she moves up and she kind of pats her on the head again. Come on.
I also had to explain to them that I assumed Shinpei would do that too. She eats another rib.
Who knows? I'm sure you have the most scholarly knowledge on the subject. I'd say you're the one who could make the biggest guess on the matter. She goes, what a loving family they were.
Naruto just grumbles to the side of you. She makes the sound of metal on dirt.
God.
Naruto is just sitting here quietly. Well, that's enough. That's enough about me. Solitarius, don't you have any other questions for her? She's so
Solitarius. Teach turns over. She grabs a loaf too, and Solitarius just sits, and she kind of stares across, and she's just like,
No, actually, it's quite fine. I think for a little while, I would simply like to watch. I think there is something I'm picking up on. Keep talking, please.
Okay. Well, she's actually done with her questions for now.
oh, really?
Yes.
Oh,
She
she's
said
got
there is
more.
something that she's picking up on.
Huh. She kind of thinks about that. Teach thinks for a moment. Well, I can't say what it is. She kind of, maybe she's picking up on how much you love ribs.
Maybe. Teach.
Yeah?
Do you have any You said you didn't have any imaginary friends.
No.
Not as a kid.
No.
But have you ever had any?
She thinks. I don't believe so, no. I've, yeah, no, I don't have anything like that. She kind of stops and thinks a little bit. If I do, I can't remember. And, if it's anything else, it's not like an imaginary friend, you know what I mean?
Naruto tips her head.
Oh, it's like, well, I don't often. Have I talked to you about this before? I don't think so.
She blinks.
So yeah, well, I don't always, she kind of seems to, God, so, I don't, like, I do occasionally see stuff, like, that's comes from my head, but it's not exactly, like, imaginary friend, it's more, transient, not a, like, the science of all of it's, like, you know, imaginary friends and everything like that is very different than other sorts of psychological phenomena. So it's not anything like that per se. Just she kind of stops. It's not like a big deal, I guess. I just see stuff sometimes, you know? Like see stuff that's not real.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, you see it as well then.
No,
You see the
it's
sky.
not- she stops. No, that's a different thing. That's sensitivity, which we have. But yes, I do also see the sky.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, it's a little annoying sometimes because sometimes it's a bit hard to tell the difference. But she kind of like stops a bit. I don't have imaginary friend, but I do still sometimes see stuff that's that can kind of resonate because of sensitivity. And when I can piece it out and put together when you know, something like that happens, I guess I still feel pretty all right with that. Just all about piecing together what's a real feeling and what's something that my head just made up in a moment, if you get what I mean.
Yes, no, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. She kind of like looks, okay, cool. So, I just want to check. What do you think I just said? Explain it back to me.
Sometimes you see things like I see, like my imaginary friend, and they're real or remnants of feelings and it can sometimes be confusing if it combines with, say, a hallucination or something like that. But you still experience visions and the like.
She holds up her finger. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I don't talk about that part much, but it's fine. And honestly, I'm doing pretty good with it. So yes,
The hallucinations part?
yes. And the sensitivity part, that part's just, it's very she kind of like leans forward a little bit. It's kind of interesting. Sensitivity is something that's a lot more common, I think. It's a different means of viewing things, though. It's so wild. Not too many people share about it or talk about it, and I understand why. They can invite a lot of different experiences, and it can be pretty unnerving. I imagine it's been a little wild walking into it when, just fresh, right?
I do not like being bombarded with emotions that are not my own.
Yeah, no, like that. It's gonna be a lot.
She speaks up. I have realized any emotion that I feel, regardless of whether or not it feels like my own, is another thing that will pass by me. As I said earlier, I'm capable of feeling more than one thing at the same time. And if an immense amount of regret is poured into me, or something that I don't wish to feel, I will simply let it pass over me.
She kind of looks at you and she nods her head a bit. Yeah.
She then looks more intently at you, but more frustratingly, I wish I could share with you a vision of my imaginary friend.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be quite lovely. I'd honestly love to see her.
That would be very convenient.
She's like, well, I
wish you could show me the things that you see too.
She kind of thinks about that. Huh. I mean, yeah. She kind of thinks of it. Do you want to give it a shot? Because, well, I've been a bit quiet about it. She kind of stops a bit. Maybe. She kind of grabs your hand real fast and is just like, if you want to do that, would you be willing to look behind you right now?
She's going to turn around.
You turn around and you see something both. You know what to grab, Jay.
Yeah.
You see something shocking for sure, but also a bit perplexing. Sitting down on the bench, mimicking playing with toys.
Yeah, she's arranged multiple stuffed sidekicks along the bench.
You popped up the moment you started talking. Do you see her?
Let's roll the die for Noctua really quick. Noctua takes a look back and sees this small apparition moving around, like a vision of the past, wispy and like barely formed. Something about like what's happening here is almost managing to stabilize this figure a little bit more. Who's that?
She kind of oh, did she say who's that?
Yeah.
Teach kind of like sits for a moment and she's like, do you not recognize her?
She looks a little bit more closely. Wholehearted feelings maxed. I don't think she can deny that. She's gonna drop her swing. I think I do.
She kind of holds her hand a little tighter, just like, yeah. How are you feeling?
It's funny, Teach. You look around and you look at this Noctua and that Noctua, and you feel, it's funny, you almost feel like you're surrounded by a whole family of them. Even though it is one being. It's funny. You take a look and casting your eyes across, almost looks like fucking phases of the moon, start to finish. Noctua is going to roll again.
Okay.
Let's see how she feels about this shit.
Ooh. That's
Stay
interesting.
Solitarius. Okay.
Mhm.
She's going to look at Solitarius and she thinks back, actually. She thinks back to just a little bit earlier. Sensation that she was feeling just a few hours ago this afternoon. Back here, actually. Up on top of this roof. Oh boy, do you remember the train of thought that Noctua was having back then?
Yeah.
About seeing, like, some sort of dancing, flitting vision of a younger self?
Yes.
Yeah, Noctua's still on that, probably. She's going to nod and slowly stand up and move towards the person.
He just kind of lets her go and just kind of sits there for a moment.
Let's do. Oh boy, Noctua, my dude, let's roll for you. Let's find out what's happening. Bucking up, okay. Let's give this a shot. Facing inner demons. Okay. So, Teach, you kind of watch as your friend has her first real, perhaps unsettling sensation with sensitivity. Do you remember your own?
I do.
Do you remember it? How clearly? How clearly would you say you remember it?
I think it's very hard for her to directly remember, to really pull back. It's almost blurred in her own mind, probably out of some attempt for the brain to sort of block back and protect that memory or block away what was happening there. It was a blur, and she's pieced it together time by time, but the actual first feeling, that first experience, was easily catapulted over by the second, and the third, and the fourth, and the one continual stream over those few days she spent. She looks across and sees Noctua, and is honestly just very, I guess, wrapped by her own opinion, her own sensation. She knows what hers felt like, and she's very, very curious what her friend is going to be going through for her first big kind of moment like this.
Noctua gets up. She walks over. You rolled like a fucking boss. She looks down and she kind of actually, like, squats down. It's kind of incredible. You realize how fucking huge Noctua is.
Yeah.
She said she didn't hit her growth spurt back then, and yeah, no, this is the pipsqueak. She's tiny. She sort of looks at this kid, like, dead in the eyes, and the younger version, like, looks up and around and seems to honestly, like, finally connect up that Noctua's here and looking at her. And, the older Noctua addresses her significantly younger self. Someone who went by a different name, sort of like, felt like an entirely different person to a certain extent. She looks down. Hey. And the kid goes, hey! Squeaks back, what are you doing? Well, I'm telling a story. She scoots back and forth. What kind of story? Well, it's an important one. It's the story of Solitarius and Shinpei. And then she says another name, and it almost blurs out of existence as it's spoken. What kind of legend do you imagine it to be? Noctua seems to be getting excited. A dangerous one. Really scary, too. Scooting back around. Oh, yes, of course. Terrifying. Yeah. I think, the last time things happened a little too smoothly. Oh? Yeah, there wasn't enough danger because Shinpei's so strong he just handled it all by himself. Oh, I see. Solitarius didn't get a chance to do anything. Ah, I see. I didn't either. Yeah, I can't imagine anything more terrible than that. Noctua goes along and is like, I have a question, I guess. And the kid looks up. Yeah? What do you think about Noctua? She gets the same, like excited expression on her face, like just a smile that is waiting for a positive response. He's stinky. What? Yeah, I don't know. His stories are cool and all. Yeah, they are. But he only causes trouble for the people around him. I mean, he does lots of good things too, though. Yeah, but like mostly his pride just gets him into trouble. Pride is a good thing for people to have. She's scooting back and forth. Yeah, but there's lots of smarter people around him, and like if there aren't any, I can just make them. But it's not about who isn't there. It's about who is. She starts to trail off. Yeah. But with Noctua and all of his stories, like, I don't know. If he's not really a hero now, is he? Noctua's face screws up. He is. He does a lot of bad things, certainly. And he gets into trouble more than once. And the rest of the bad stuff you will understand when you're older. But he's a hero in his own way, you know? And she like looks up. Not the type of hero I want to be, though. I mean, yeah, of course. You could be your own type of hero. Yeah, I'm gonna. Doctor struggling back and forth. Was I always such a brat?
Floating ahead, almost like darting forward, Solitarius almost wraps herself around the scene and then kind of lands down closer, and then almost looks happy. Ah, what a wonderful statement. Truly your pride shines and glitters even now. Yes, give more things, more struggle, maybe a second dragon so that I can beat one up too. If there are 3 dragons, then that... What about a dragon with 3 heads, one for each of us to defeat?
Now that's a good idea. She goes back to scooting and creating, and Noctua's like, yeah.
As a quick note, Teach, as soon as she flew by, Teach's mouth kind of slightly flew agape for a moment as she looked across at this other spectral figure that sort of seemed to glimmer and join the scene. Perhaps not exactly directly from seeing her, but simply because she had a place in this memory, and she's playing that role perfectly within this very scene. And Teach stops herself from exclaiming, stops herself from really speaking up, and instead simply quietly sits and watches as Noctua continues with her own, coming to terms with this stuff.
Noctua's getting increasingly frustrated. There'll come a day that you appreciate him in his own way. She sort of mumbles off a little petulantly. Solitarius and Shinpei remain cool, though, so you don't need to worry about that. Yeah, of course they are. Well, I guess there's one more question then. She leans in and gets real close and looks at the kid in the face. Kid kind of like looks up and around like a little shocked, like, huh? Yeah? And Noctua screws up her face, her courage, what she was thinking about back when she was plumbing, what she was thinking about just moments ago, earlier in the day. She asked the question that's been on her mind lately. She leans in and touches her own chest. Am I the type of hero that you'd want to grow up to be? And Kid Noctua sort of tilts her head. I'm gonna roll something.
Oh boy.
11. Okay. Kid, her inner child actually looks up at Noctua at this towering figure, strong, imposing, certainly like something worth like aspiring to be. Nope.
Oh,
Noctua takes a step backwards. Why is that? I mean, you're cool, I guess. But like, I don't know. She starts to scoot back and forth across the ground. I don't know. I'd want to grow up to somebody like big and strong that could protect everyone and who doesn't get hurt so bad. Noctua's like, yeah. No, I want to be the type of hero that everyone's gonna respect. The type that protects everybody without messing up even once. Noctua looks down. So, yeah, I'm not gonna become like you. She thinks about this. And then straightens herself up a bit. Exhales. And then lets it go. That's all right. Huh? The kid looks up again. No. That's fine, actually. Noctua gets a sort of quiet determination back to herself again. You shouldn't want to grow up to be me. I'm a hero, after all. Huh? Heroes aren't something that someone should want to be. She climbs up on the bench for a second and pats her younger self on the head. Hey! There's something you aspire to be, because there are people out there that need heroes, right? Mash his own head a little bit. Hey, stop that! I want to be able to protect people from the things that happen to me. I want to show them that, I don't know, there's somebody out there still fighting. So, it only follows that there shouldn't be people like me, right? The kid's like, stop. Noctua stands up again and slowly turns around. And the shape behind her starts to actually like blur and fade a little bit. And Noctua sits down next to you again, Teach. I'm sorry you had to see that.
she kind of like just kind of turns over and gives you a very nice smile. Sorry about what?
That was embarrassing.
She kind of goes over and just gives you a little pat on the back. Embarrassing? Absolutely not. That was inspiring.
She like looks over. Under all the bluster and bravado, it's just, I don't know. She looks down for a second. It's weird. You're getting a surprisingly exposed version of Noctua. This experience was pretty quiet for her. Certainly quiet compared to what you went through.
Yeah, and yet still just as important.
Yeah, still just as important. She's just she looks over to you, Teach. I guess that's why. Under it all. Why I want to be me. Why I want to succeed exactly as I am.
She kind of thinks about that and crosses her arms a little bit. Well,
I don't want anyone to become me. I don't really want to be an example to follow. She looks back over at the graveyard. I kind of get it now. And then she looks back over at that lonely form playing by the bench still. But if there's ever anyone like me out there, I want them to know that someone's trying for them.
She, yeah.
And, yeah, she starts to tear up again.
Yeah. Teach just kind of like, again, pulls her in real fast for a little bit of a hug. Hey, come on. you know? It's a very interesting perspective to have on heroism. She kind of, I think I kind of view it the same.
She looks out and over at you.
Well, I mean, I've always told you. I really don't want to be a hero. I want to be someone, you know, I do kind of want to be someone to look up to and all that stuff.
Noctua stops you.
Mm-hmm.
Teach.
Yeah?
You should be a hero.
She kind of like
She
exhales
looks-
a little bit.
She looks you dead in the face. There are people like you out there in the world who need to know they aren't alone. And then she pats you on both shoulders. It's not fair of me to keep you all to myself.
She kind of sits there for a moment. Well, you got a lot more experience with this stuff than I do.
I do. I have a
Not
lot
like
more to
the-
prove. After all, that ungrateful little brat doesn't want to be me.
She kind of stops a bit. Yeah, she doesn't. And that's what I was about to say. A little brat like that doesn't know what's coming ahead for her. I mean, hey, you weren't going to tell anyone what kind of hero you were going to be. You're going to make that your own wish, right?
Yes.
So why the hell listen to what she wants? She points over at baby Noctua.
Noctua's nodding along.
She then kind of like, okay, no, hang on. She kind of like, it's not, I think you misunderstand. I do kind of want to be a hero. It's not for, guess I want to do both. I guess she kind of like, I want to be exactly the kind of person that you look up to and inspire you to go forward and tell you everything you want to do. But at the core of it, it really does come down to that, I guess, too. Whatever. I think I'm lost.
She
Lost in my brain.
She looks back over. What was it you said? On pretty much the first night we ever talked? I like being Martha Teach. And as this like figure begins to move around, like still playing now with Solitarius, like far more actively. I like who I am. Noctua touches her chest. I told you that I wanted to be the person I said I was. She like looks over at this play of expectation of what she wanted to grow into and who she actually is. I am who I am. Nothing will change that. Not the sky steel, not what others think of me. And she looks over to you, Teach, once more. You said you liked being Martha Teach. I like being me. And she sort of, her face breaks into a very innocent smile again. I think a hero, right now, more than anyone else, is someone... She stops and looks over at those two. Well, if you're a hero, you've got to save people, right? I'd say heroes have to start somewhere. In fact, every single one of them I look up to has. Heroes start by saving someone important. start by saving themselves.
She kind of thinks about that a little bit. All of this hero talk really gives me a headache.
It's because you fought hard for Martha Teach.
Yeah, whatever. She kind of like leans back against the table a little bit. She kind of takes a moment to stare up at the sky, and then kind of sits forward a little bit again. No, you know what? No. I'm getting caught up in semantics. I'm getting caught up in all that nonsense. Yeah. I think I get what being a hero means to you. And I don't know really what's in my head and why it keeps dragging me down. But if the sound of the person I want to be lines up with what you think a hero sounds like, then I guess I'll just have to bite the bullet and trust your definition. You are the expert, after all.
Noctua nods. There's no way around it. Martha Teach is a hero.
Oh. Am I your rival, too? Am I both?
Oh, she looks over. Only for today.
Good.
She thinks to herself. Yeah. And then a smile starts to play across her lips again. After all, that very first day I was here. She thinks back to that wave. You're the one that saved me.
She kind of like moves her hand up to her head a bit. Well, at a certain point, I guess. Oh well. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Noctua simply
fine.
sits there, like quietly watching you fucking lose it for a second.
Yeah. All right. In which case, I'll make a promise back at you then. Would you be comfortable with us being each other's heroes in a way, I suppose?
She blinks and looks over to those two for a second, moving back and forth. Yes.
Excellent.
I promised not to look up to any other heroes a long time ago, because I was going to become my own. I think I've accomplished that. She says, almost borderline spiting her younger self. So, it's about time for me to find new heroes.
She puts her hand forward. Well, nice to meet you again. I'm Martha Teach.
Nice to meet you, Martha Teach. I am not. She stops. Nice to meet you, Martha Teach. I'm not D.
She shakes your hand.
She takes it and, like, despite absolutely everything that occurred back here, the child sort of fades away. Sort of an energetic life that seems to suffuse Noctua's body to a certain extent. And
oh, she's gone.
I feel like I resolved some baggage I'd been carrying around for a while.
She kind of thinks a bit. I feel like I found some new stuff, but also, I think I'm happy. I'm still happy with that much. At least it hasn't changed. Hey.
She looks back and across, looking back at the graveyard. Well, the exact nature of a hero ultimately isn't very important because it's extremely subjective. Different
Yeah.
people see different things that they want to see.
Yeah, that's why I think that's really what gets me off with it. I just, you wouldn't believe how much I have to deal with that, and with all the papers I have to write, and the grander historical community. So many people put the label on anything, and I think it really made me sick to my stomach after a while. And not just with that, I have to deal with this all the time with a ton of things that get more like the way the humanities mix with history itself is just a whole complex thing in its own. It's a mess. But she kind of like
She just
leaves.
blinks along and goes, "Who said being a hero ever had to be simple?" and then she looks Siege dead in the eyes. That sounds incredibly frustrating. And then kind of smiles a little bit. I think a hero can be angry.
Okay. She kind of like.
In fact, I think it's the coolest heroes that are, the most reluctant is a good way to put it. The ones who exhaust all of their options and at the very end decide, "Titch, I guess I'll help out."
Okay. She kind of puts her in. Okay. That's enough. If you're if you get me too on board with this whole thing, I'm gonna lose my cool factor. Then whatever. She kind of puts her hand up. Hey. She kind of stands up and gives you a hand and helps you up a bit. All that aside, you just had a very important day. How about I treat you one more time?
Oh?
Anything you want to eat?
I am now hungry again, yes.
I knew it.
Noctu has eaten like 3 meals today. Burgers will do.
Burgers it is. She kind of like stands up. She like, brushes herself up, kind of like stretches and get ready to go. All right, hero, let's go.
She stops. And like as she starts to walk away, she looks back at the dissipating smoke almost. Like you start to pace away and what was that line story ended with? Shinpei's old favorite. One for his dear friend. The true qualifying line for a hero. She turns and she smiles at you, Teach. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think I remembered what a hero is. She starts to run forward a little bit. And then, like, hop and turn around. It's a simple expression, but one that people don't say enough. The world is better for you being in it. And she says that and starts to move away. Big old smile on her face. Hey, Teach.
Well,
Enjoy your fucking Max Bond Noctua.
It's the final one! Solitarius kind of floats on away, and Teach just kind of wanders behind for a moment, kind of slips her hands in the pocket, and she thinks about that for a moment, still kind of wandering a little slowly, and she thinks about everything and how much she really didn't care for the vernacular or even that concept. But those words, the world is better with you in it, she really likes those. Those feel nice. Solitarius kind of floats up. I think she's lagging behind.
Oh, yes, she does have a limp. Also, I threw her very hard.
You all float back, and Teach just kind of smiles and wanders with you as you all depart to go grab some burgers. With that, I think we're actually going to call it for the day.
Smart. Yeah, Noctua hit Max Bond, baby!
Yeah.
That just makes sense at this point. I'm like, there's very little else for her to do. Now you get to do her loyalty mission.
Excellent. I'm so excited.
The highest difficulty one in the game.
Excellent. I had a different ending plan, but then that scene happened. I'm like, oh boy, this is gonna hit, ain't it?
I am taking advantage of my time as the main character to pressure you into being a protagonist.
Well, that's great.
It's tragically ironic because I am behind the wheel now. We are going to eat burgers.
I like how when she's in the wheel, the role of complete fucking comedy launched across the room role combat person becomes Teach's.
Yes.
It's great. It's fantastic.
You will take all of my ones.
Okay.
I am only going to roll extremely high.
Nice. Fucking nice.
Slug self-affirmation.
Slug this fan art.
This fan art. This is the session where I talk to myself and my other self. Teach, you must witness.
Okay.
Watch me.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
Oh yeah, Max Bond on Valentine's. That's hysterical.
Yeah. Alright, you guys ready for fan art?
God. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
fuck. Damn. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Very
From
nice.
Jasper,
All right.
we got a Saku.
Oh, rat boy.
Hmm?
Who put the Imgur together?
Oh, let me look. It was Lester.
Thank you so much, Lester.
Thank you, Lester.
Yeah. Alright. Got that from Jasper, and from Lester 2020, yeah, we got Knocked to Sleeping in a Chimney.
Knocked to sleeping in a chimney.
Yeah. Next, from Chad, we got a Juji.
Oh.
Cool ass Juji.
That's great.
Mhm.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Oh, Sully. Ooh,
Mhm.
that's a cool
Oh,
effect.
that's
I love
Yeah.
that.
really cool.
That looks
Oh,
great.
Nurse Dragon got a
love
Sully.
Nice.
Even the
Thank you.
swirls, very good.
Yeah, we got the tiny
Thank
Azer
you.
with the.
It's small me with a knife.
Next, from Lester, we
Oh.
got Sully with some popcorn.
That's really good at it.
Mhm.
Oh,
Alright.
Oh, that is very good.
Oh, then
It
figure
is
out
tasty.
Oh, Chapter 1 crew.
Oh,
they look
Ezra
great.
Ritter, art from their girlfriend. Yeah.
Thank you, Zona. That's great.
Thank you.
That's excellent, and thank you, Eisenritter, for submitting this.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, they look great.
Mhm.
Odds against you style.
That was fantastic. I love that so much.
Vaughn's energy this session was fucking incredible.
Mhm. Hi. That was from Lester 2020, and now another from Lester 2020. Three-headed dragon.
Dragon with two head, one for each of
Excellent.
us.
they're
Oh
cool.
God.
Oh,
From Cookout Trash.
look at
Bin.
that Chad.
I had to explain to them that Shinpei did not have an 8-pack.
Let me refresh just to make sure there isn't anything else. Scrolling. And nope, that was it.
Excellent.
Hi,
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thanks for running this. Thanks for running I Talk to Myself session. I appreciate it a lot.
No, that was fantastic.
You two are awesome. Great job. J-Man, I love Vaughn. Always love Vaughn.
Vaughn is the best. Love that
Holy
man.
Vaughn.
I get to talk with him. That's the best thing I've ever
Chad
heard.
says, you're right. He had a 12. Here, Shinpei
He had a 6-pack times 2.
One on each side of his body.
Love the tide. Good boys. Oh, thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Alright. If you haven't already, check out Christian's Patreon so you can support this show and also the other shows Christian does, like CI and then also 13th God. Get some fancy
Yeah.
little stuff in there and get access to the Christian Patreon chat inside the official Discord, which you can also check out. And if you liked this and want to see the previous episodes or other shows like it, you can check it out on the Stabbyness website at stabbyness.com. Yeah.
Well done.
And I think that's
Thank you, Aloha.
pretty much it. Yep. Alright.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank
thanks
you
for
all
doing that,
so
everybody.
much.
Alright, everyone's